Boarding time, late night. Names roll past the gate sign slow. Passport in the chat box. I see all my regulars glow. Cabin lights on dim. Wear wheels up, here we go. Welcome to the Spy Flight. Lean back, let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy Flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy Flight, smooth air all the way tonight. Seatbelt ping, soft chime. You laugh at the lag on the screen. Map lines curve like blue wine. Pour another pixelated dream. Snacks stacked by the keyboard. We're cruising at a steady gleam. Welcome to the Spy Flight. Lean back, let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy Flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy Flight, smooth air all the way tonight. From tiny towns to tarmac suns, we hop these clouds as one. Every scroll another view, every hello a tiny gate for two. Oh yeah. Welcome to the Spy Flight. Lean back and let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy Flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy Flight, smooth air all the way tonight.
We're in the crowd, everybody's dancing now. Let's leave them behind. You say, get my jacket. We're in your house, but it feels like home somehow. Can't deny this is where I'm supposed to be tonight. And love is paradise. Said I shouldn't stay, but you look so pretty, pretty boy. Won't go all the way, but I'll let you pretty, pretty close. You've got that look in your eyes, oceans deep. It looks like I don't have a choice when you look so pretty, pretty boy. Cherry on top when I'm getting under you. real love for now, 'cause you're so damn fine. Said I should've stayed, but you look so pretty, pretty boy. Won't go all the way, but I'll let you pretty, pretty close. You've got that look in your eyes, oceans deep. It looks like I don't have a choice when you look so pretty, pretty boy. I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I
Spy Flight. Did you survive cross the pond okay? How you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for coming in today. This has got one of those really cool observation areas here at Kagoshima Airport. It's really neat. They don't have a playground though. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Are you doing okay? Did you survive all right? Last night before I went to sleep, I chugged one of those pint glasses full of water. Yeah, okay, I had to get up in the middle of the night, but I have to do that anyway. And woke up this morning feeling pretty good after the big old long cross the pond event. And I hope you ended up feeling good after your cross the pond event too. Apparently, let's see. Hey, Polyot. I am a little quiet today. I think I am a little bit on the quiet side today. The energy level is not quite, it's not monstrous level and stuff. So JSG Droid posted this little graphic over on Discord. New all-time record. I'm thinking that's 3,393 simultaneous connections during Cross the Pond. So I think that we had like a big win. There was a lot of people that were flying more than ever. It didn't seem it was so low drama. I mean, for Cross the Pond, it just seemed like it was so incredibly low drama. It really did seem like it was nice. And by the way, if you have not done this go over to Chit Chat on Discord right now. Polyot has put in The Road to the Rising Sun, leg number 6. This is our leg right now. This is like 5-star travel magazine stuff. This is really nice. The photography that Polyot is choosing here is really, really nice. So we got a nice food picture here too. Boy, that looks so good. We've also got a really cool picture of our airport that we're going to. This is one of those airports that is out in the water. They made a special island. I liked this one, though. This one was such a cool picture that I thought was really, really nice. So, I mean, this is where we're off to. So, hop in your airplane, and if you get a chance, be sure and read through that. It's almost like sitting in a... It's almost like sitting in an a seat in an airliner getting ready to go. So, okay, Polyot says that is not a record. It's just under, okay. So it's not under that, and that's total VATSIM. That's not Cross the Pond. It also includes the ATC and observers. Okay, so it's still an impressive number, but it wasn't quite, setting records and stuff like that. So that's probably the better way. Sunjammer says to be careful of strange volcanoes with attack helicopters. Yeah, I think we're going near the area where they were shooting Blofeld's volcano in You Only Live Twice. So we're going in that general area right now. And Sunjammer knows this whole part of the world, especially when it comes to shooting locations for James Bond. I'm sure at one point we'll be going into Kobe and going to the airport by the Kobe docks, and that building is still there where James Bond did that big long run, fighting off all the bad guys and stuff like that in You Only Live Twice. Big thank you, Grumpy Pilot. Thank you for coming in and doing a resub for 33 months. I'll also say a huge thank you yesterday for the major boost in subs. Thank you for the great support yesterday during Cross the Pond and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Justice, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Mr. Jazz reminding me to turn the jazz music back on because we want to stay jazzy for sure. And I got to open up the new folder and go to Epidemic Tracks and hit Select and everything else. So really, I did not wake up at all with the Cross the Pond hangover. And I really think that it had to do with doing that last pint of water. So staying extra hydrated, I think, really helped with that. I still got up feeling a little bit sore, and energy level and stuff like that is not quite where it normally is, but I still think it was an absolutely fabulous event, and I really liked it. I mean, we didn't hear any strange things going on at all. I mean, it really didn't. It was really kind of a neat day yesterday. Except for the only thing that I really noticed was there was somebody was doing, and I don't know exactly what the sounds were. I'm calling them like the Three Stooges sounds about halfway through the flight. So somebody started, we just had Three Stooges sounds. That's all that I can really say that we had there. Let's see. We've got an autopilot for us today, and I've got this autopilot all set up for us. So you were in a Boeing. I got to remember how to fly a Boeing today. Zen Papilu, did I say that right? Thank you for the follow. Tim Dog. It was very smooth. It was totally smooth. I mean, everything went great. Hi, Martin. Welcome aboard. Let's see. FlashDuck is feeling positive energy. I tried to do that.
Incoming. More agents.
We are getting a raid from Chrome46. Hi, Chrome. Welcome aboard. Russo TV is here. ZLP7 says maybe a glass of wine or something like that. Tim Dog, I'm really glad that I did it. I wasn't sure about doing it. It can, and it can be draining. It absolutely can be draining for sure. Like I said, a little bit tired for sure. Russo, is this Spanish VATSIM ATC today? Oh, no kidding. Hey there, JSG Droid. Take your time. Multitasking is okay. We're in chill out mode right now. This is a very short flight. So if you're racing to get out of the gate right now, sit back, chill out, relax. I hope you've got a fabulous beverage. We're also going to keep an eye on the weather cam today because we have an 80% chance of snow developing. And the hour by hours say about halfway through the spy flight today, we're going to see snowflakes on the snow cam. Farron Gonzalez, welcome aboard. I never felt like I can't wait for this to be. Oh yeah, Loviz is right. That's exactly the way it feels. There have been these cross the ponds that I've just, please can it be over? I am so freaking, can it be over? Please, Roger Rabbit, please, can it be over? And it really, this one didn't feel that way. It didn't. Farron came in from Emilio's stream today. Emilio is the best Spanish controller. Oh my gosh, I got to config some stuff here. I haven't been in the 737s for quite a while, so I have to put in a couple super duper secret things here. Would you look outside and check and see if there's any snowflakes or anything while I go and pop this in? Okay, sim brief alias. And Hoppy ID, and the ATC network is Hoppy, and save preferences. If you don't fly the 737s, for often, you always end up having to go and pop those in. Chromie, thou from Spain ATC. Hey, thank you for coming in. Were you controlling in across the pond yesterday? Nathan's here. Actually enjoyed, JSG Droid did an offline flight yesterday. It was the perfect alternative to participating. Justice did Memphis to YVR in FedEx today. I hope that one was a nice flight for you. But let's see. Chromie 46, thank you for the raid. How was there some ATC going on that I might have missed? It was a great MG King. It was a really, really good cross the pond. Farron Gonzalez did a follow on the channel. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so let's see. I have got. Oh, I didn't. I switched the doors, so we've got to come over here. We had stairs on the PMDG, so I always like to come back here into the cabin, and We'll open up the door. And there we go. So we got the door open now. And let's go ahead. I'm just got to remember how to fly a Boeing. We were in the MD-11 because that was the cross the pond airplane today. So battery is on and guarded. And the airplane's going to make a few little sounds. I kind of think that you don't just whack on the, you don't just turn immediately on the ground power. You kind of let things turn on for just a sec. Emergency exits armed and guarded, and ground power goes on. There we go. The MD-11 did great for Cross the Pond. It was a fabulous airplane. I enjoyed it throughout the flight. I thought it was totally solid airplane, and you know, just enjoyed it for the whole flight today. Let's start up the APU. We're not going to be going all that high today in today's flight. Our flight today is only flight level 120 because it's kind of a short hop. I was going to go back over to the YS.
Subscriber confirmed.
11. Hey, Trip Taker, welcome aboard.
Loyalty noted.
Good to see you, Trip Taker, who's one of the first people to discover the spy flight a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Hey, Trip Taker, thanks for a tier 2 resub for 105 months. Trip Taker, did you get a chance to do any cross the ponding, or were you busy doing real world other stuff yesterday? Okay, turn this up just a little bit. Do heading and status. Nav and nav. There was an update for the 737-900 today in my PMDG Ops Center. I'm in the 800 today because that's apparently what Japan Airlines flies. But there was an update for the 900. And let's get the APU bleed on. And here comes some pneumatic pressure and some packs on. Make the cabin nice and comfy. No, Trip Taker had to pressure wash the driveway yesterday. Not fun, but it's done. That's kind of one of those things you've got to get done, but as far as chores are concerned, it's one of those no pressure kinds of things. You knew something like that one was coming, right? You just knew it. That was coming. All right, let's see if we can remember everything here. Flight management computer. Clear. Navigation data is groovy. Position init. We are at Kagoshima Airport, RJFK. So RJFK. I am at gate 007. Not in database. Page 2, grab a GPS position. Page 1, and stuff it in there. Let's see. ZLP7 got inspired by Captain Whip's Cross the Pond operations and had too many beer yesterday, and you're feeling it today. You really can. Trip Taker has actually been really busy with work and spending time with Mrs. Trip. She's been doing lots of travel for work, so your free time is with her when she's home. Have you guys had a chance to fire up the that really cool backyard grill and smoker that you have at the new Trip Taker place yet for the season, or is it still a little bit too early for that sort of thing? Okay, let's come on over here and let's grab a couple of charts here. So Kagoshima Airport. Yeah, there have been a few people that have gotten like super duper plowed on Cross the Pond. I've never been super duper plowed, but there was one that I remember that was really, really, it was real. You know, landing was not fun. So I've tended to be really, I've really cut back on that. Monica, welcome aboard on YouTube. Thanks for coming in. You did some barbecue last weekend. Smoked some beef hot dogs and used them to make chili dogs. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, Trip Taker got a new house a few years ago and has a really cool grill and smoker combination in the backyard. USMC Vet, you are on your phone. You took down your command center, a new desk and new gear. Ooh, you guys, so yeah, USMC Vet also ordered some really nice new stuff from wind control. Autopilot, throttles, a side stick. So I guess it's time to totally redesign the USMC Vet Command Center. ZLP7 is here. Okay, we're not going to be doing any SIDS or stars, but the ILS Zulu will work for you just fine coming into Nagasaki here. We're going to come over and grab an airport briefing. Actually, we don't need the briefing. We need this. And there's our airport, and we need our arrival altitude, which is 8 feet. So basically over here, our arrival altitude, our choices are 50 or 0. We'll leave it at 0. What kind of a desk did you get, USMC Vet? I've just got this plastic table that you could like take to, you know, like a travel, an industry, convention or something and set up on there. It was when I bought this, I actually thought I'd be taking all of this stuff on the road. Then COVID hit, and it's sort of like, no, probably not. All right, over here, let's see. Electronic flight bag, page 1, departure ATIS. No METAR available. Okay. No METAR available here, or it's an invalid. RJFU, RJFK. Okay. Well, that's weird. Drop a picture over there. We'll look for it. I'll look for that in just a second. Let's go and grab our route. Put in RJFK up here. Maybe because it's actually really, really, really early in the morning. Request the flight plan. And that looks good. Loviz got a METAR in the 737. Let's do it that way. So sim brief and set the payload. Payload is set. Set the fuel. Fuel is set. Get our route. And wait a sec. I think the only other thing that I did a little bit differently is the past few cross the ponds, I've done some real aggressive, I don't know if that's the right word, not really aggressive, but I've done some real, what's the word, workouts. So I've like really, worked out hard before cross the pond, to the point that I was almost sore. Let's try it this way like Loviz did. RJFK. And this year, I didn't do a lot. I did a little bit of a workout and stuff. I didn't do a ton of workout, but I didn't do massive, that kind of workout. And so I really felt like that helped a lot. Okay, I requested the ATIS for RJFK. And there's our request. Let's see if anything comes in. Good afternoon, Michael. Welcome aboard. Okay, this is Japan Airlines Flight 441. And, we got a load. And route uplink is loading. So let's see, USMC Vet is getting this table. This is the table that USMC Vet is getting. This looks really good, USMC Vet. In a way, it's a lot like mine. Mine is really, really long. So I've got room to put my, like over there, there's audio mixers, and over there is a few other things associated. But there's room for the flight sim stuff in the middle. So I think this is really great. It's a good long table. And I think that's a really good call. So really nice one there. Fogbound Turtle posted this picture a while back. Fogbound Turtle, this is Fogbound Turtle's cockpit has arrived. Look at that stack of boxes. WinWing Sim, Amazon, holy moly. That's like Christmas in April, I think. That's like Christmas in April. It's so amazing. I can't, you know, next time Fogbound Turtle comes in, I can't wait to hear what Fogbound Turtle says about all that new stuff. Okay, over here, RJFK ATIS. Look at that, we got an ATIS. Our altimeter is 1016. So baro, hectopascals, 1016. And IQB is back in chat. You needed a long desk for your 4-monitor setup. So USMC vet, are they all portrait landscape? I have 2 landscapes and a portrait, and that covers my desk. So that shows just how much longer yours is, which is pretty amazing. Okay, Sasic, Kazsa, and Oli. That is correct. Activate it and execute it. Looking really good. Let's do departure and arrival. Our departure today, according to our friends at SimBrief, says runway 34, and it's the Arctic 1 departure. And engage. Let's see. Horizon Vector is back. Shamrock 456. Nice departure out of Palma. True Demon. This is indeed the PMDG 737-800. Horizon Vector. Happy landings out of Palma de Mallorca. And Black Dog is here too. Good to see ya. Yeah, this is an absolute solid, great airplane. You can't ask for a better airplane here. We're going to do the ILS. I found the Zulu would probably be the best for us coming in. So just grab the Zulu and go to legs. And this should be really good. After Artuk, we're going to go to Sasic. And there's Sasic right there. Engage. No idea what we would do next. Okay, so what I was going to do is go Fubuki. I'm going to go ahead and do a delete here first. I'm not going to go to Oli. I was going to put Fubuki in there and just pop that in like that. So there we go. Either this one or the Max. The Max from iFly is supposed to be getting a new electronic flight bag, an iPad soon. The CLP7, yeah, I always say engage thinking I'm saying it like Picard, but engage. I never do a very good job of that. 3 landscape across the bottom. Okay, so you've got 3 across and then 1 in the middle. That's kind of an interesting idea. 1 in the middle. That would be an interesting way to go. Okay, all this looks really good. I think it's time to get out of here. Let's go ahead and we're going to squawk. How about if we squawk 0007? That'll work out great. Kebby likes it too. Oh, you're the 737? You're going to get the Boris sound pack. True Demon, if your money is tight right now, I can tell you the Boris sound packs are nice for the 737s. They are not mission critical, okay? You don't have to have them. That being said, they are very nice. So if money is tight, you save that for another day. Good evening, Jim. Welcome aboard. Oh yeah, recovery was just fine. I didn't work out as hard as I usually do before a spy flight, and I drank a lot more water than I do, and I felt so much better. Let's see. Let's-sugo. I'm saying a little bit of that. Let's-sugo Vaternfun. I think I kind of got that maybe right. Guten Abend, back to Germany. That was my arrival airport for across the pond, and holy moly, was it a good arrival airport. Had a great time. I really did. Let's see. We're only going to go to 12,000 feet today. 12,000 feet, so that's good. A little bit close. Okay, so I was a little bit close on that. Over here to pinned, and let's get our airport runway. True Dreamin', you're going to get that. Mainly waiting to get them because I have triple sound packs. The default sounds are, like I said, they're just fine. All right, 337 is our heading off the runway. 337. Still trying to remember all of my startup stuff for this airplane. So I used to do a lot of cycling, you know, bicycle riding and stuff like that. I do still have my racing bicycles, and I have one of them over in the corner over there, and it's on what's called a trainer. So what that is it's a little, you know, not like a little thing that you put on the floor. Put your back tire in there, and you can kind of winch it down a little bit to add a little bit of friction, so you kind of have to work at pedaling. And then the front tire you just set up on a block or two so you're not pointed down like this. And so I'll go and I still cycle on that a little bit. Not as much as I used to, but I do that quite a bit. And just some other stuff with some of the, I had a bunch of little lighter weight things. You know, not big weights, because mostly as I was getting older, especially when I was cycling, I was more concerned about toning and training muscles as opposed to building, because I had already grown past the age where I was going to get any, you know, stronger. So that's kind of what that's all about. I think it's almost time to go. Let's do the performance tool real fast. Let's see, runway 34. Import our weights. Oh, I didn't do weights and balance yet. I knew I was forgetting something. Let's do route. And I didn't do my performance. USMC Vet has another picture of the setup. So this is kind of the way that USMC Vet has the monitors. I do have the 27 inches. Those I've just 327s. 32. Wow, that's pretty cool. I don't know. There would be some. I've got a portrait off to the side. So where the 27 is over here on, you know, that side of the screen, I've got a portrait, and that's the way I do that. That's kind of a nice idea. That is a pretty cool idea. Okay, 12,000 feet. Okay, that looks really good. We need the flight plan here. I think it's also really, really important as you start developing gray hair and stuff like that, that you really kind of tone down your workouts, you know, for when you were younger, because you can hurt yourself, and, you know, you do reach an age where, you know, you stop healing a little bit. So I've been really kind of careful about that. 294 and 13 knots. So 294 degrees and 13 knots is our cruise winds. That looks really good. Cost index is 23. Our fuel reserves are going to be, let's see, that's block fuel. It's 5.1, I think. 5.1. Our zero fuel weight should have been 13.1. Let's see if it's 13.1. 130.9. That tells me that the airplane is in pounds, and I did the numbers in kilos. Didn't I? No, I did it in pounds. Okay. Let's see. 3 27-inch monitors and a 24 on the top. Okay. That's a really good set. Really good set of monitors. Him Young. Him Young. Sorry. Well, Guten Abend, Him Young. Talking is apparently going to be a problem today. Okay, everything looks good there. Now we'll go back to the setup. Flow is a little bit different here. Okay, let's re-import. Import weather. No METAR available. Okay, so we got to put it in here. So our wind is over here. The wind is 080 at 8. All right, our outside air temperature is 18 degrees. Our altimeter is 1016. That's inches of mercury. Okay, so I dialed in 1017 hectopascals. Come over here and switch it back here, and it's 30.03. 30.03. Ha! Got it. And calculate. There we go. What I'm going to do when I get paid is buy the 737 and switch my Navigraph to yearly, buy a game. So it's going to be an expensive day. You know, if you're doing that kind of flying, Him Young, you will save a little bit of money in the long run if you do the annual thing for Navigraph. That's a really good thing to do. Okay, let's see. We're going to do a selected temperature. D-rate -2, 37 degrees. So -2, 37, and takeoff. We're going to do flaps 5. Good old flaps 5. It's the Boeing 737. Center of gravity is 24.03. 24.03 is there. Gives us a 5.2 trim setting, and it's 140, 140, and 144. 140, 140. Oh, this is the same numbers that the flight management computer gave us. 144. Put 144 up here in the speed window. And I've got altimeter is checked and set. I have speed, heading, altitude, flight directors going on. It's time to go. Let's come over here and go to ground ops, go to door management, and I'm going to close my door. True Demon, Joe Compare says Spy Hat, and True Demon says posture check, and Joe Compare says to do stretch. Well, we do get to wear, been a while, we get to break out the Boeing hat. Thanks, Dad, for the Boeing hat a long time ago. Not that long ago, but let's arm our doors for departure. Doors are armed for departure. Let's go ahead and release the jetway. 4 monitors are great. Yeah, I noticed my cable management has gotten better. So about once every 6 months, I take everything off the table and then clean it all the way down to the tabletop and build it up. And as it gets better, my cable management gets a little bit cleaner. And that does help a little bit. APU bleeds. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on. Doors are closed. Hydraulic electric pumps going on. Tyler Dog says to hydrate. Captain Chris likes the Boeing hat. If you like this hat, my dad found it on Amazon. My dad found this on Amazon. So this hat, it's sort of like a Boeing baseball kind of a hat here. All right, everything looks good to go here. Parking brakes going on. Tyler Dog, welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Parking brakes are on. Let's see if GSX will push us back. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. Now it finally says that I can activate. So I can do the hotfix update. So hotfix update is ready. Update. And apply the hotfix and restart GSX. If I was still dating, I would be asking now, does this make me any hotter? It's a hot fix. Am I hotter? I guess now we wait. And now we're reloading. Tyler, ZLP7 says, Charles Yerkes, there was an update today. I did an update earlier this morning. I went over to Live Update and did it, and I didn't know if there was one or not. I just ran it. Hi, Slightly Madness. Welcome, welcome. Okay, almost ready to rumble here. We need a hot fix for the jokes. Pick a 5-string. Okay, hot fix ready. I did apply it, dude. How come that's still there? I applied it. Prepare for pushback and departure. Let's see. I had a reverser out. Ignore that. Loviz says just ignore those. Okay. Make sure my other reverser isn't out. APU is up and running. Yep, all of our reversers are closed. We've cleared all moorings. APU going on. I think I'm the last person here. Usually on the first flight of the day, I'm the last person out. And transponder. And transponder. We are now squawking mode Charlie. Everything's looking good here. Ask the flight attendants to please sit down. I didn't hear any VATSIM people talking to me. I didn't hear any VATSIM people. Okay, we've released all this here. Yep, I'm going to remove my chocks. Ground power's disconnected. Did I not disconnect my ground power? That's right. I spend all my time yapping away, don't I? Okay, chocks are now clear. We're all good to go there. I don't hear anything from GSX. Let's try to prepare for pushback and departure again. We are ready for pushback. Dim Realm is back in chat. For anybody using Chase Plane, is there an option to invert the mouse to look up and down for the internal camera? Invert the mouse to look up and down. Oh, boy. If there is, I don't think I've used that at all. I use the mouse Dim Realm to drag the camera around like this. But that's about it. And so if I tilt them out, push the mouse up, tilt down, right and left. That's what I use the mouse for. But I don't know about any other way to do it, Dim Realm. I don't know. I've never thought about that. All right, we're at 122.8, aren't we? Yep, we are 122.8. Squawkage is occurring. JSG Droid is 20 miles from... Oh, God. I've been sitting here yapping so long. But JSG Droid says, look out the window. It is a scenic flight. Okay, flight directors are looking good. I think we're all ready to go. Let's see. Oh, come on. We're departing on 3-4, so nose left, tail right. Captain Chris is 4 miles to top of descent. Okay. Are we ready to go? Let's get ready to rumble. If Microsoft Flight Simulator, you can invert the mouse in the controls. Sunjammer says you could also use the top hat or joystick as a yoke. Loviz is 20 miles behind Captain Kress. So I'm not that far behind. These two airports that we're at are all freeware airports, by the way. Packs going off. Ground start engine number 2. Starter valve is open. N2 is going up. There's oil. Thanks. I want push up to be down and I want down to be up. Okay. Chase plane overrides it. You know, chase plane is so freaking, you know, what's the word? Chase plane has just got so many options. My guess is one of the things to do is, I think there's got to be an option to do that, Dim Realm, because you can change just about everything. You should be able to do that. Loviz is trying Sim Update 5. No stutters and good performance. I'm actually really kind of happy that Sim Update 5 didn't happen last week. Sunjammer says go into chase plane and you should be able to set that for your change the mouse. Packs, generators, isolation valve, APU, not necessarily in that order, yaw dampers, probe heaters need to be, probe heaters are now on. They were already on. I didn't turn on the probe heaters, so they were already on in the airplane. Okay. There is our ground crew going away. Flaps need to be 5. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes are RTO. There goes our flaps. Let's taxi. So let's see. Maybe it's going to be like the same thing from last week. Maybe one of the things that we do is we think that there's the possibility that Sim Update 5 would come out Tuesday or Thursday. Being able to steer your airplane on the ground in flyby or taxi-by mode is an important skill for flight simulator pilots. A very important skill. All right, it's going to be VNAV and LNAV on the departure. Auto throttle is now armed. (1016) is the altimeter.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted. Agent.
Foggy Canadian just came in with a nice resub. Hi, Foggy Canadian. Hey, thank you for the resub. Welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. Hope you survived Cross the Pond okay. I think most everybody survived Cross the Pond just fine. It really was a good one, and a couple people had an extra beverage or two, but I think that was, aside from, you know, those weird sounds that we heard over the middle of the Atlantic, it really was a good cross the pond. Kagoshima traffic. Japan Airlines 441 to 737 approaching the business end of runway 34, taking off and departing to the north, Kagoshima. Just announced our intention to do that airplane thing, so strobes. Cabin call. Make sure GSX is off. Let's do Terra. Gotta have some traffic on there. And I think we're ready to go. I don't see anybody coming in. No landing lights up ahead. So we'll just continue to take off and pretend that we own the skies. James had a V-pilot crash. V-pilot crashed coming in. V-pilot did, but your simulator worked just fine, James? Because I've never heard of V-pilot crashing. That's really strange. The sim was fine, but V-pilot had tooed. Elapsed time, thrust climb. Nice to be back in a little PMDG. It's just such a stable airplane. Checked.
V1.
Wow, what a nice smooth departure. And oh my gosh, look at the great views. I kicked the autopilot on quick because JSG Droid said the scenery on this flight's going to be really good. JSG Droid had a minus 123 coming in. And now we can just sit here and watch a little scenery as we depart on out. And set our heading bug straight up. It's a Boeing. And 5,000 feet. It is a Boeing, so we need to also set an ILS. It's a short flight, so we'll do it pretty quick. 110.9. Inbound is 325. Minimums are 215 feet. Lovis says, watch your altitude. Matt, good morning to you, Matt. Yesterday was a big day, actually doing very, very well. Energy level's low. Energy level is definitely not what I'm used to. But everything else is fine. Didn't wake up with a headache. Wasn't really achy. You know. Was not super duper cranky. Somebody's already commented that my sense of humor is a little bit off right now. Yeah, you know, welcome to the spy flight, I guess. It is. Arrival airport is RJFU. Yes, I don't intend to grow up about that, Icy Cows. VATSIM and Sent. JSG Droid says, get ready for a nice airport. Scott Scan, yesterday went really, really well. The whole flight. Getting out of Boston was great. Getting out of Boston was just super. Coming into Leipzig was nice. And here is our RJFU data. Altimeter's 1011. Top of descent, I'm gonna let it drop us down to 2,600 feet. We are in cruise mode, so 2.6. There we go, that looks good. And airplane should be just fine. Altimeter, where we're going, is 1011. Let's see, you have to land. Captain Chris, you were tight on the approach. I will keep my speed up. And init ref for landing. Flaps 30. And that looks good. So we stayed just right here on this island here. And we're going to slowly make our way up into the main island next week. Hi, Thalo. Welcome aboard. Where are you going? You're going to Honolulu. Whoa, that one's going a long way. Let's see. All Nippon Airlines. Flight 92 is over there. Wolfie slept in a little bit. You know what? Nothing wrong with nothing wrong with nothing wrong with sleeping in a bit. Hey, Jim. Jim has read the first book in the Spy series. Thank you for saying so, Jim. That is really nice of you to say. That one was a little bit more fun. I was still kind of flying, you know, still kind of finding my way on that. Okay, I was going to come out here and let's see what's going on in the world here. There is ATC in Norway. Sweden, Finland, Norway has ATC all over the place. The UK is up. Bristol has ATC at the moment. Looks like Germany, down through Czechia, over to Austria. This was a short hop. A lot of these are going to be. Over in the US right now, we've got Oakland, Chicago, Detroit, Houston, and it looks like Miami is up right now. A little bit of Canada is up today too. Europe is complicated. It's not complicated. It's simple. There's France, there's Germany, there's Poland, there's Austria, there's the UK. Captain Sibby is back. Captain Sibby was playing the new game Crimson Desert today. Havana Sunday service is going on. We could go and fly a cargo flight in or out of Havana and go someplace if you'd like. That might be nice. We haven't done Havana too much. Captain Sibby, I hope you have been having a really good time with Crimson Desert. Okay, I need 1011 on the altimeter. 1011. Altimeter checked and set. Low-vis is in Sim Update 5 today, and it's good. Your flight got deleted. So Sibby was flying along and had like a Windows update at the last minute. It's really kind of crazy or something like that. Hi, VT Jake, welcome aboard. Do I fly the MAX 8? We flew it all the time until the PMDG 737s came out, and then at that point in time, I kind of haven't been back. It's not a bad airplane. I think these are just so solid and predictable and just great airplanes. They really are nice airplanes. I'm going to put together a quick straw poll. You know, we haven't... Oh, what is her name? Loviz says somebody has Oslo trauma. Truth Demon, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do something right now. I'm sorry I missed that. Let's see. I'm just putting together some places where it looks like we have full ATC. All right, here is a straw poll of where I found some ATC. I'm gonna give you a link now so you can vote in it. Voting is free. So voting is free, and you can vote on both. You can vote on both YouTube and Twitch. So you'll be able to do that. Sorry I missed that message, True Demon. Emergosa, not quite. Let's see. Surprise streaming today. Oh, because of Cross the Pond? I'm actually doing really pretty good today after Cross the Pond. Okay, I should probably concentrate on landing. How are we doing? We're on our descent. At about 230 knots. That's not so bad. Looks like landing's going to be 146 knots. I've got the ILS set up. We've got the landing set up, so we're good to go there. I think we're in great shape. What could possibly go wrong? All is right with the world. All is right with the world. Actually, it's just fun people on that are on Twitch and YouTube. It's getting to check in with friends and say hi and, you know, take the airplane someplace cool. It's also, Sibby, a great way to stay out of trouble. Okay? You know? No, you know, I'm not in any kind of trouble right now. Tomb Trekker, that is a great name. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. We're going to also be taking this airplane out a week from today as we keep going up north. And how are we doing here? Oh my gosh. Okay, Berlin to Stockholm is winning, followed by London City to Jersey. Eham to München is now tied. Tampa to Havana is next, and San Antonio to Oak City has won. So Berlin, Eham to EDDM is now tied with. So Berlin to Stockholm, Amsterdam to München are now tied. Ader Pilot, welcome aboard. And so there's still a tie if you'd like. 5 votes each. Remember, they're free. If you didn't catch it, there's the link. I should probably... The problem is ESSA event ends at 2000 Zulu. So we might want to think more about the Jersey flight if that one's going to be ending. So right now the Stockholm flight is going to be closing. So maybe Jersey might be a little bit better because this event here in Stockholm is going to be ending pretty quick. So maybe if you're thinking about these two up here, London City to Jersey. I can't remember my girlfriend's name in Jersey. What's her name again?
New recruits
Hi James, thank you for the follow.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Giselle. We haven't seen Giselle in a long time in Jersey. That might be it. That might be a good thing to do. All right, let's go speed intervention and 180. Need to slow it down just a little bit here. Uh-oh. I think we ought to slow it down a heck of a lot more. How about flaps 1? Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are set. We probably ought to have wheels. That'll help slow us down. Looks like London City to Jersey is our next flight. London City to Jersey. Thank you for doing the poll, Caden. What do we decide to land? 146. Got the airport. Remember, it's out in an island. There we go. Flaps are good. We're a little bit high. That's okay. High and fast. That's the way we live. It's a tax-free express. Okay, landing lights are on. Cabin crew, seats for landing. Let's see. Gorilla Glue, welcome back. Thanks for coming in. London City to Jersey is our next flight. We're going to take an E-Jet. Captain Chris has arrived and had a very nice landing rate, a -203. Jim likes to fly in and out of London City in the sim and for real. Is it a nice, kind of a fun flight out of there for real? We're going for Jersey milk and potatoes. I'm also
1,000.
told that the ice cream in Jersey's really, really good. Edobon, thank you for coming by. Nagasaki traffic, Japan Airlines 441, short finals landing. They do have some Jersey cows there.
500. 400.
Auto throttles off.
300. Approaching minimums. 200. Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Welcome to Nagasaki Airport, where the local time is actually very early in the morning. The takeoff from London City is a little bit of a roller coaster. It's steep. The last time you did that one, it was, oh, you went up to Edinburgh. That is, I don't know what that one is. That is Yoshi car. I didn't know that Yoshi had a car. How come Yoshi car? That was a good landing. Well, I haven't seen the landing right yet. Isn't flaps 15 a bit low? It was flaps, no, I did flaps 30. I had flaps 30, Polar Bear. Nagasaki traffic. Japan Airlines 441s, clear the runway, taxi to parking. Happy landings, Nagasaki. Oh, for racing. I get it. Nathan landed at London City from Luxembourg, and it was one of the best approaches ever, IRL. Yeah, I did just retract it, Polar Bear. I think I retract my flaps and stuff a little bit early. You know, I usually am, speed brakes down, flaps up. I kind of do those in the same battle maneuver. I kind of do those at the same time. So we'll pick it up from here. We'll pick it up from here a week from today. If you did not see Polyot's write-up on this flight, it's really nice. about this entire tour. And I'm going to update the next command with our flight. We're also doing the Spy Flight's famous beer run today. The beer run is over on multiplayer, and the beer run is Princess Juliana Airport to St. Bart's to Seba and back. So we've got those flights today. I got to figure out which airline to take on the E-Jet. Hi Martel, welcome aboard. Okay, everything looks pretty good up here. That's looking good. Captain Chris, yes, beer run. We were talking about that on Across the Pond yesterday, and I think everybody said, yep, we want to do the beer run today. It's all in multiplayer. It's all in multiplayer. Because, you know, a bunch of spies flying around the way we do. Scott Scan says it's a good steep departure out of London City. Let's see who flies this particular route. So let's see. And we're gonna do flight by route. EGLC, London City, EGJJ, Jersey. Search. No flights were found on that route. EGLC, London City Airport. Show us a departure board. Jim says we need to be a BA City flyer. KLM, Luxair, British Airways. So we'll do a city flyer. Loviz says the beer run today with only jets, no prop liners. Well, you know what a really good airplane would be for that, right, Loviz? I know you're thinking about you're thinking about the Fokker, right? The little F-28. The James Bond jet would work. The little, the BD-5J would be a good airplane. That might work for us. Yeah, the 007 airplane. Jim said you could take the CJ4. Loviz says we've taken the James Bond airplane on the beer run before. Wolfie says no, wants to take the F-28. Yeah, BD-5J is the one we're talking about. Wolfie is going to take the RJ. This was another freeware airport for this flight. Really nice one. Oh, a little bit short. Come on, little airplane. Don't stop. A little bit more. That's close enough. Oh no, I had a minus 223 on that landing. That's not fair. I left butter all over the runway. That was a butter landing, so nice here. That was a great butter landing. That's not right. And we should get off the transponder. Stand by and stand by. And let's see, the probe heaters on this one are manual, so those could go off. Let's turn on the APU bleed and also the isolation valve. Let's let the flight attendants get up. We can come down here to ground stuff. Set the chocks. Request ground power. Request a jetway. Go to door management. Disarm your doors for arrival. And all of this looks good. Seatbelts can go off. Electric hydraulic pumps can go off. Let's see. We're done with the navigation stuff. So off and off. And all of that works pretty good. Jetway is in place. Open up the 1L. Open up some cargo doors. And our airplane looks really good. We made it. Although the landing rate was not all that great. Strange, at Captain Chris's scenery, you're missing gate fingers. You installed Flight FSTO add-on. I think we made it. This one was really nice. I didn't get a chance to look around this. This was a freeware airport that Polyot found for today's flight. And it really does look nice. And we've got that really great view. You know, this is such a cool little island airport. Got a really nice walkway over here. Oh, looks like this. Oh my gosh, check this out. We've got docks. So we've got boats.
New recruits
A dock here for boats.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
That's
sharp.
really neat. And then there's this walkway over here. I'm going to guess maybe for buses and stuff. So there's this really great walkway here. And there's our tower. I've got to think they've got to have either, okay, here's a big bus terminal over here. So we got a big bus terminal over there. Is the 737 okay? It is. Jalius? Did I say that even close? Probably not very good, did I? Over on Twitch. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. They did a nice job over here on the front end of the terminal. You know, one of the things that I've noticed at all the airports here in Japan is they have awesome viewing areas up on the roof. Oh, look at that. They got a kids play area too. Gotta have a kids play area. I still think the one at Hanover Airport's a really, really good one. That one's really good. Really nice airport. So a week from today, we'll pick it up from here and continue our flight. Polyot will tell us where we're going next week. And again, if you didn't get a chance to see, please check out the write-ups that Polyot's doing on these flights today. They really are nice. They're in-depth. They've got lots of cool stuff. This was one of my favorite pictures from it yesterday. I really thought that this one was a nice picture coming in. So next, from Nagasaki, we will continue moving to the north right now. And then, of course, there's a really good food picture as well. And who doesn't like a really good food picture, right? So now I think we're all officially extra hungry as well, too. Hunter Girl just arrived live and direct from the firehouse. Welcome aboard, Hunter Girl. I hope you had a really good Saturday. We flew all the way across the pond and did a resub, too. Thank you for the resub for 21 months and great jet fuel in the flight plan. It did look good, didn't it? It really did. Oh, we got somebody landing. I bet it was a better landing than mine. I still just cannot shake my bad landing habits right now. We've got to fly Little Nelly. So Little Nelly is a little gyrocopter. I don't know if we've ever actually had a Little Nelly before. I know we've got the James Bond jet from Octopussy, the BD-5J, and that's a fun little airport for sure. All right, let's get ready for London City to Jersey. Let's go into the marketplace. I think we've all got the really, really nice London City airport, but go and make sure that it's for sure loaded in. So go to My Library. London City Airport, you know, Sibby comes into chat all the time. London City Airport is the first time that I ever saw Captain Sibby flying around. And that was when it was a 777 landing at London City. And yep, it stopped before it went into the water. Actually, it never went into the water. Okay, just want to wait and see here. And we want to check London City Airport. And I think we've all got a Jersey airport too. Jersey's actually kind of a cool little airport. So you know, if you want, you could you could take your 777 into London City Airport if you want. I wouldn't have a lot of passengers going out. EGLC, London City. I have got London City Airport and it is installed. Okay, EGJJ is Jersey. And I don't have the Jersey in here, so that must mean it's over in my standby folder, so we ought to pop that in. So we got that. Next flight, London City to Jersey. Let's see. It's easier to land the bigger jets than the smaller ones. It is. Okay. I don't think I ever activated the Katie Pilot app. I turned it on. I never activated it. That's why I didn't hear anybody on the radio. Welcome to the Spy Flight, I guess. Okay, got to turn on the Katie Pilot app. Otherwise, you're just not going to hear anything. Let's turn on add-on linker. Yeah, big jet. We did land. I think we landed and then we took off from that one day that we were going to Castlerejo. When we tried to take our big airplanes into Castlerejo, I got the flight factor 757 in there and stopped just inches before the end of the runway and the big cliff that goes off the side of the hill there, which is always a good time. Okay, so we're talking about jets on the beer run today. Boy. All right, let's see. We need to go and EGJJ. And EGJJ, Jersey. So there's two. There's the FlyX Sim for Jersey and Channel Islands Airports. It looks like I've got two. Which one do we want? Let's see if we get a hint over here. FS add-on compare. See which one is there. Okay, EGJJ. Okay, FlyX Simulations is a payware. UK 2000. Seafront. Not sure what to do here. Do I have one of these listed in my notes to not? One is FlyX Sim, the other is Super Spud. This one's, the top one is version 3.3, the other one is version 1.2. I'm going to go with the top one here. What could possibly go wrong, right? And then we're going to do an E-Jet. So we're going to try and do City Flyer, right? So Microsoft Flight Simulator, here we come. All right, so SimBrief. Do I have a City Flyer? Let's see. We've got a CRJ 900 is Lufthansa City Line. BA City Flyer. Okay, it's an E190 is my City Flyer. BA City Flyer E190. Sure, let's take a big long one. That'll work. All right. Looks good. E190 dashboard, new flight, and Speedbird 441, EGLC, EGJJ. I wonder if City Flyer got its own number though. Yes, its call sign is going to be Flyer and it's CFE. So CFE if we want to be a City Flyer. Okay, it's going to be an E190. What could possibly go wrong there? E190. And be a City Flyer. There we go. That looks good. So let's see. What's going on in the wonderful world of London today? So London City, EGLC, our ATIS today is runway 9. Down here at Jersey, our runway in use is runway 8. And it gave us runway 9 and runway 8. Very good. All right, fuel planning. There's some ATC here. I'm going to go and give us 15 minutes. That's all we need. 15 minutes of ATC fuel. And I think this is good. Let's generate a flight plan. All right, that all looks really good. We're going to need a PDF version of the flight plan because I don't know that you can actually view it in the airplane. Also, the charts are a little dodgy in this airplane too. Control C, Control V. There you can view my flight plan, so there's the link there. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. All right, we're going to go at 28,000 feet. That sounds fairly reasonable for a flight like this. And file. Okay. Flyer 441 is ready to go. No fear. All right, this is going to be an E190. We're going to go from EGLC, EGJJ, and this is going to be and I'm going to update a title over on Twitch. And I think we're done with all of the annoying flight sim stuff. There we go. Okay, we're done with that. Now what do we do? Let's go find a parking place at London City Airport. EGLC. All right. Well, don't see an awful lot of people at London City. We're departing off of runway 9. Oh, man, we don't get to fly past the Shroud. The Shard, not the Shroud. Whoops. It's the Shard, not the Shroud. That was a bit of a oops. I don't know if anybody's ever called it the Shroud before. And if you don't know, it's because it's supposed to represent, I guess, a shard of glass or something. Okay, so flight level 280. There is our route. And there is our route, so that's good. Let's move that. Let's move that. And it looks like we've got a nice arrival into London City, but it gave us the SOQQQA1 hotel. Squaw? Soka, maybe, departure to the Biva 1 Kila arrival. At 28,000 feet. Let's see. This airplane should be in kilograms. Did you give me kilograms, Flight Sim? You did. Good. So we should be good to go there. Let's see. The current information is Juliet. Transition level 7,000. Make initial contact with London Control on 129430. That was so cool that they put that in there. That was awesome that they told us where to go. Yeah, no. Yeah, we're going to tell you where to go. No, that they told us which controller to go to. And we don't need SimApp Pro or the autopilot, so we can turn that off. We're going to need Elevate X in just a bit. And we'll just wait here. Let's see if it starts. Oh, look at that. It started raining and snowing. It's supposed to be like this all day today, tonight, and into tomorrow morning here. So definitely a little bit droopy and drippy here at Spy HQ. Perfect weather for flight simming or telling ghost stories. At some point, we were talking about playing Phasmophobia together. I think it's actually relatively inexpensive over on Steam now. I played it only once. It was back in the days when B-Mint was live streaming. And it was basically like a New Year's party that we were all playing on. It was kind of fun. I had no idea what I was doing. But it was a relatively good time. Almost done loading. Hi, Beppy. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. Okay, we're loaded here. Gorilla Glue says it's beautiful weather at SeaTac. Really? Okay, airplanes, we're going to be in an E190. Embraer E190. We need the passenger version. And let's see if we got a City Flyer livery. I think we do. I've got it listed. Awesome weather in SeaTac. I love how it is that when the sim loads now, it also freezes the music a little bit. Let's see. Gorilla Glue's going to EIDW. You going to Dublin? Okay. City Hopper, LOT, TAP, Alliance, Airlink, Eastern TUI, J-Air, Finnair, BA City Flyer. Ooh, here's one. Helvetic Airways. Helvetic Airways. Is that a Hellenic airline there, Captain City? Helvetic Airways? I've never heard that one before. I'm going to guess that the official typeface of Helvetic Airways is probably, you know, anything other than Helvetica. Okay, we're good there. Save and go back. Jim says it's probably a Swiss airline. Helvetic Airways is Swiss. It's a Swiss daughter airline. Okay, it's a Swiss airline. All right, we are going to EGLC, London City Airport. What could possibly go wrong here, right? Okay, there is Ryanair Flight 324. I'll go and grab this gate. Beppy, we are going to take an E190 from London City Airport down to Jersey. because they've got really good ice cream in Jersey. And milk and cheese and bread, I think. And somebody said potatoes are supposed to be really good there too. Krebby is getting nervous about the runway length. Yes, the runway is not long. Although Polyot said that they're extending the runway year probably. They're going to be extending the runway here. Beppy had a good day of work. Ooh, that's awesome. Okay, is that gate still available? It is. Actually, we ought to come down here. I think I'm a little longer than those. We're going to be at gate 27. This airplane is really kind of cool. There is a control tower there, but there's nobody in the control tower. There's cameras on the top of the control tower and stuff, and the controllers are someplace else. So it's a completely remote control tower. There are people in the control tower, but you're not going to be comfortable enough with the E-Jet? Yeah, I'm going to take the E-Jet. This will be a VATSIM test for sure. Cheers, GT Boy. Welcome, welcome. You know, Beppy, you can give it a try and see what happens. It won't be bad. Yeah, so this tower is an all-remote control tower here. And I think it's supposed to be a bit of an experiment. That's probably been going on. There's also a train station. You can see there's the train station like right in the middle and slightly off to the left. So there's a train station right here at London City. I think it's one of those train stations. If you look at the map, it appears that it kind of pops up from underground, goes and stops, and then goes back underground again. I think it's one of those train stations. It goes up, and then goes back underground again. There's these really cool apartments on the upper right-hand side of the screen there. And they're in round buildings and stuff. And I always thought those would be a great place to have an apartment. There's also a marina, a boat marina, all the way at the end of the runway, and that'd be a perfect place to put the boat. Sadly, I think you'd have to be a super-duper successful live streamer to go there. Beppy's got pizza for dinner tonight. It's probably going to be lentil and vegetable soup tonight, and finishing up the guacamole that I made for Cross the Pond yesterday. So that's food for tonight here at Spy HQ. Or maybe macaroni and meatballs. Maybe spaghetti and meatballs would be good. I mean, it's going to be chilly tonight. I think maybe that would be better. I've got meatballs and marinara sauce. I've shredded Parmesan. Yeah, I think spaghetti and meatballs would be so much better with the weather all like that. Scottscan says power and flaps before releasing the brakes. And dinner for Scottscan is hot Indian food tonight. By hot, you're meaning super duper spicy, right? Lots of curry and stuff. That sounds really good. Mango HM just did a follow on the channel. Hey Mango, welcome aboard. I haven't been in the E190, so we're doing the Wasm thing here. Melvin Leroy, welcome aboard. Hi, Melvin Leroy. Welcome aboard. Melvin does a little live streaming here on Twitch. There is a link to the Melvin Leroy flight. And I have forgotten to do a nice link to my friend, Sibby320. my Airbus flight instructor. Two good live streamers to check out when you get a chance.
New
Mills
recruit
just followed the
detected.
channel. Hi, Mills.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Welcome, welcome.
Stay sharp.
Okay, still waiting for WASM processing on the E190 since I haven't flown this one for a while. Bernstein, I am in
New
eastern
recruit
Montana.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
A real
Stay sharp.
aerial aviation followed. Thank you for your follow. Welcome aboard. Hey, Captain Whip, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Captain Whip flew in, across the pond yesterday. Did you have a good cross the pond flight and landing? It was totally drama-free, Captain Whip. We got out of Boston with no problem. We got our NATRAC oceanic clearance, no problem. Halfway over the ocean, somebody was doing like Three Stooges sounds or something like that on the radio. That was really the only crazy thing. Nobody was calling in saying, you know, I've got a position report. I mean, it was really calm, cool, and collected. Nobody was being weird or anything. It was a non-eventful event. It was quiet. Everything went smooth and by the numbers. I now I'm back to calling it Stuttgart. Leipzig. Went into Leipzig, and the outer approach controller put everybody, even the cargo planes, on the right side. Most of the cargo planes, then they kicked us over to the left side with the next controller, which was nice. But I did get to reprogram the arrival twice. You know, the first controller, I had to reprogram it for the right side and then got to reprogram it for the left side. So that was kind of a cool thing to do. Spicy curry is medicine for the flu that ScotScan has. Oh, yeah. A little bit of spicy stuff like that really goes a long way. It does make you feel better. Gorilla Glue wanted to do your first cross the pond, and you did a route from Boston to Brussels. I think, yeah. So Gorilla Glue, that is actually a really good thing to do when you're just starting out like that, is kind of fly along like that. But really, it's, you know, keep going. You'll be ready to go. Yeah, I heard Captain Whipped. I think so the disconnects were like around Oslo or something, where a lot of people were being disconnected and stuff. Beppy, we're gonna do this flight, and we're also going to do the beer run today on multiplayer. The beer run is just flying around the Caribbean. And Loviz says the rule today is you can only take a jet. So I'm going to take the James Bond one seat jet. Because my WASM, it had to do WASM loading. They were nice to you because you're a part of the event. Yeah, I think that that was happening with a lot of people, Captain Whip. I heard several reports, and it sounds like that was really the only thing that people had to deal with was that thing.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Captain
Agent.
Coaster is
Loyalty
back with a
noted.
nice resub. Good to see you, Captain Coaster. Thank you for coming in today. Thanks for being here for 17 months and 17 months of awesome support and helping to keep my goofy little world going. I don't think they do city to Jersey, Mills. Yeah, we're just kind of having a little bit of fun. Wanted to take an E-Jet out, and somebody, when we were talking about this flight, said, oh, you got to do the E-Jet. So there you go. Manaphy is coming into Atlanta right now. All right, I haven't been in this airplane yet, so I need to go. And what we need to do is I need to go to Chase Plane and we're going to load in chase plane. And so I need to go and get views that I already have set up for the E-Jet. So the little plus in the bottom of the screen and import. And then I've got the E195F is a flight that I took, and I set up the camera views, so we'll pull those in. Manaphy, yeah, in fact, the BAE 140, that airplane was built for London City. That was built for London City. Okay, views are all set. We're good to go. Yeah, Matt, we do that on Flight Sim 2024 multiplayer if you want to fly with us today. Okay, safety pins. Let's see, we need wheel chocks. I need cones, turn off safety pins. We need a ground power unit. We need forward stairs. Let's go and open up the front door. And looking good. All right, so that looks good. Let's get on VATSIM. Oh, we also need to get on Elevate X. Hi, Carney. Welcome aboard. I think it should work with the E-Jets, Carney. I don't have it, but I can't imagine that it wouldn't work. Maybe you'll have to do some sort of a setup. I run my current Thrustmaster throttles on the exact same settings that I use for the an Airbus. Okay, we are CFE Flyer, Flight 441, and we're in E190. And connect. Mr. Mango, it was a fun day of VATSIM fun. It really was. Cross the pond went so well. All right, let's do Elevate X. Start tracking. I imagine when it first came out, Carney, there were problems with it. Is your SimApp Pro updated? That's the big question that I would have. All right, there we are. We're at gate 27. Elevate X is done, and we're looking pretty good. And I think we got a couple of, oh, there's a Ryanair over there. All right, I think we're ready to give this a shot. So let's see, we've got ground power, we've got stairs, we've got cones. Let's go to flight details and import our SimBrief flight plan. You've also checked for double binds. That's an important thing to do. And we're gonna make this an active flight plan. Yay! This looks good. Let's turn the airplane on. Battery 1, battery 2. Let the airplane kind of swish and click and stuff like that. We're gonna turn on nav lights and logo lights. I'm gonna arm my emergency exit lights, and we're gonna pop in ground power. No smoking needs to go on. Fighty, hey Fighty, welcome aboard. Fighty, did you come into Leipzig too? You're doing Dallas ground and ramp today. Was it a bit of a disaster yesterday? I heard a lot of people were really, it was kind of frustrating in the Dallas area. We went out of Boston, and Boston was really good. Boston was really quite nice. Okay, all of this looks really good. We don't have air conditioning here, so we're gonna need APU for air conditioning and heat. So yeah, Fighty, for us, you know, it was Boston to Leipzig. It was just so trouble-free, no troubles. It was a nice drama-free flight, and there were two humorous moments. We were doing halfway over the Atlantic. Some guy on our frequency started making, I don't know what it was. I called them Three Stooges sounds, you know. It was not dog and cat sounds, but Three Stooges sounds. It was really weird. And then as we were saying thank you to our ground controller, I usually at the end of, across the pond, when they hand me off to a tower or something. So, Lufthansa Cargo 441, thanks so much, over to tower, and happy cross the pond Saturday. To which point the guy said, yeah, clearly entertaining, not entertained. He, if Russell Crowe was there, he would have said, I am not entertained. So it was really funny. But those were the only 2 moments of drama. Everything else was just smooth and by the numbers. Let's see. Yeah, I think waiting for the support ticket is a good idea. Delivery was overwhelmed and said everyone to monitor ramp. Instead of monitoring, everybody was calling in. Yeah, the minute they say monitor, just turn it on and listen. Nothing is going to get them any faster. Captain Whip says everybody handled themselves well at Kennedy. Leipzig was wonderful. Yeah, Leipzig was really nice coming in. TW Sim had a great cross the pond. 14 out of 15 years. That is really good. I think it was a great cross the pond. All right, we need to turn these up a little bit. There we go. Nav. Maintenance. Dual and dual. Nav ident. Navigation data is current. And route. Manafee wants to know if anybody flew out of Orlando. That was a big airport for sure. Fighty says from DFW Tower to Leipzig, it was great. 10 hours, it just flew by. But the DFW ground experience was subpar. It could be that was some controller's very first time on. I mean, sometimes putting a controller, making their first job delivery, I think it's really hard on some controllers, especially for their first big event. We are CFE Flight 441. CFE 441. You've got to pop that into your flight ID before you can request your route. Hi, Mad Noob. Medea, High Priest Medea flew out of Orlando to Paris de Gaulle. High Priest, there was a Jacksonville controller got swarmed. Mad Noob did LAX, Vegas, and Tucson, and every controller says, thank God I didn't have to go to KA. Really? The controllers that we had were just so nice. EGJJ. And I can't bring it. There's a place that you've got to go. All right, so if you're just starting this thing, let's see, menu, McDo maintenance. I don't think that's it. Miscellaneous, flight config, setup, operator config, enable. How about setup? Miscellaneous menu. Operator config. No, not operator config. Reset the FMS. So we tried flight config. Oh, there's 2 pages. Maybe it's page 2. McDo printer. Setup. Config flight. ENGR data. There's a place that you go to put in your your SimBrief ID. I don't remember where that is. Okay, so it's not this one. Setup only has one page. Operator config only has one page. Backup display, and I don't think it's over here. Maybe it is. Let's look and see. Maybe it is. Reset EFB settings to default. Nope. It's got my name in there, so that's good. I think you have to do another setting down here in this. That's not a huge problem here because this is a relatively easy flight management computer to set up. So go back to root, and then it's EGLC, EGJJ. Our alternate is EGLL. EGLL. This is why it's also so important to be able to set up your own flight management computer if you have to. Let's do next. After departure, so have your flight plan standing by. It's SOQQA, SOQA, SOQQA, SOQA. After SOQA, we're on the M87, so it's the M87 airway. Via M87 to EKNIV. EKNIV. Nope, not Y. V. EKNIV, right? Yep, that goes in there. Wasm crash. The orange screens of death. The orange screens of death. Oh no. Yep. I don't think even the AZ5 button will save us there. Better now. Oh yeah, better now than yesterday. Maybe it was nav data link. But I think you have to go all the way out of the sim. Groin Congola, this was the first one I got. This was the first one I got. Wasm is in WebAssembly, I believe. Oh my gosh, yeah, the Home Depot displays. Restarting the flight. We don't have to go completely out of the sim. Captain Chris says we don't have to do anything but just restart the flight. Okay, let's make sure nobody has appeared here. So we're going to gate 27. It didn't like that airway, did it? Safety pins, covers, ground power, and stairs. Door, door, door. Flight details. See, it'll go over here and get our sim brief into the EFB, but I think we also have to have a setting in the sim too. The InnyBuilds A343 were great for Captain Whip. You're going to fly the flight factor, but I was getting some CTDs with X-Plane 12. Yeah, I remember getting some CTDs with that too. All right, let's try and start this again. Battery. Nav. Logo. Emergency exit lights. And ground power. Let's see. Captain Whip says we need to do nav data link. And that's not over here, right? We have to do nav data link down in the in the FMCs. Captain Whip, nav data link address company address. Thanks, Captain Whip. Let's do what Captain Whip said. Okay, so Captain Whip says nav, then data link, nav data link address company address. Data link, address, takeoff, flight plan, performance, winds, position report, takeoff, data link. Nav, data link, address, company address. Nav, data link, address, flight plan, winds, position, takeoff, performance, data link. Is there another page? Nope, it's not that. Let's look at just some of the others. Not that one. Not that one. Yeah, I think you're right. We do put the addresses in here, but there's not a second page, right? Flight plan wins. Company address, here it is. We put it in at the top. Okay. Let's see. Company address. I don't think we put in that one, but our ground address is, I think, so, company address. Let's put it in here. SPY WR Spy Rider. Okay, so that should be it. I think that's it. Company address. So you got to that with the top one here. All right, let's come over here and come back into root and see if it'll work for us. So as I recall, you do need to put your active number in, which is CFE 441. CFE 441. Nope, not there. In your flight. Then you can send your flight plan request. SimBrief number 2. Captain Whip says the SimBrief number. Looks like it did it. It's Saka, I don't know, Sadvu. Yep, this is the airway. It loaded the airway this time. And activate it. Okay, that looks really good. Let's see. Is FatSim up? I don't see, because I'm not connected. I already connected, so you have to reconnect to VATSIM to actually see if there's ATC. Oh, just not too terribly there. Okay. All right, this looks really good. Let's see, we need APU. There comes the APU. Let's come on down here to departure. Let's see, our departure runway is going to be runway number 9. Runway 9. That's a little small. Hi, Cumulus. Welcome aboard. We are in England. No, you want to know where the rain is, Cumulus? Look outside my place. Rain and snow. It's actually a beautiful night in the neighborhood here in London. A really nice night in the neighborhood here in London. But no, not, yeah, so all the rain's over here. All right, all this looks good. 3027. EGLL. Our EGLC is not up. We were supposed to call... I think we're supposed to call... I forget who we're supposed to call for takeoff here. Let's go ahead and do an instant load. Airplane's loaded. Our total fuel should have been at the gate. Block fuel was supposed to be... Okay, this is not correct. This isn't correct. Fuel is in pounds in this airplane. We need it to be in kilos. Metric. Use metric units. There we go. That's what we needed to do. Now our numbers should be a lot better. There we go. Metric works. Good. Hi, Joe Compare. It's been 20 degrees Celsius all weekend in London. Jim says we should have talked to London Center. Got it, Jim. Thank you. Monkey, welcome to you. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, so this looks good, and we hit the load button. So 448, that is correct. Let's go and see what else we've got here. So we had a ATIS over here. That's gone. Okay, so London Center's gone to bed. So it's just us. As long as we avoid Tower at London... So, yep, they're all going to bed. They must have heard there were spies coming around. So, it's just us. It's just us. The altimeter is 1025. 1025 on the Barrow. Oh, and by the way, there's a cool new thing in the E-Jets. You can set things by looking over here. So you can set things here. So like our climb clearance here is like 6,000 feet. That's going to be you can set them. There's little arrows now by the altimeter and also the heading. And I think you could also set your altimeter there too. So altitude, heading, all that good stuff. Okay, we're all loaded there. Let's go and calculate. And there is our manifest. And let's do departure. Our runway for departure today is going to be runway 9. Runway 9. Not a good joke. Soka, whatever, 1 hotel. It's not Succa, right? That would just be too crude, rude, and socially unacceptable. And we are here in the beautiful UK where nobody's crude, rude, and socially unacceptable. Coming on in, we're coming in via Jersey runway 8. Runway 8. We'll do the ILS to runway 8. I don't think we want either one of those. Let's just make sure of our altitude here because, yeah, boy, am I glad I checked that one. Initial climb clearance, it looks like it's 3,000 feet. Yeah, it's 3,000 feet. This is important. They don't want you to get in the way of the traffic coming into Heathrow. So altitude select is 3,000 feet. to make sure you're clear there. Okay, coming into EGJJ, Jersey. And we're going to do the Bevav 1 Kila. This is our arrival. Okay, here at Bevav. At Bevav, really? The 1 Kila? Yeah, that's for runway 8. Okay, so we do this groovy little turn around here at Oyster. You know I'm going to shell out some clam jokes at Oyster, right? You just know that. Hi, Detergent Foot. Welcome aboard. And then I think you can go and grab an extra EGJJ. And there you can go and get your approach. And we're going to expect for runway 8 an ILS. I don't think we're not doing the procedure turn. So we don't want either one of these. We don't want either one of those. So we'll grab the arrival and grab the star. And it's the Bevek 1 Kila. And arrival should be good. Bevek 1 Kila to runway 8. Apply. All right, that looks really good. Performance initialization. Now we can also send our request. It'll go and get all of our fuel numbers, and that looks good. Was that correct? This was not correct. Oh, alternate fuel, 987. Yep, that's correct too. That's page 1. That looks groovy. Page number 2, it's flight level 280. That's good. Cruise winds 280 at 17. That's correct. Block fuel was supposed to be 4.48. I have 4.47. That is correct too. That says 4.5. Oh, let's just go with it. Page 3, I don't ever mess with these, but if you decide you want to change your econ cruise and climb and stuff like that, you hit the OR button, and that's how you figure that stuff out. Now let's go to performance and takeoff. Here we go. Hey, Jersey pilot, good to see you. Yes, we haven't seen Giselle in a long time. It's time to go visit Giselle. So we're on our way. Plus, we hear they're having a sale on ice cream. How you doing, Jersey pilot? We're at London City, Jersey pilot. Carney, welcome, welcome. Oh, you've been here. Okay, so our initial heading on takeoff is going to be 092. Now this way you can set it up here and you can use this instead of the dials. So 092 this way. 092. That's right, Jersey Pilot is here and can get us all. We're all going to go out for a party at Giselle's place with Jersey Pilot when we get there. Okay, altimeter is checked and set. Altitude is set. We need to do speeds for takeoff. That's going to be over here on the manifest page. And V1 is 127. So 127 and 131. 127. 131 is rotate. V2 is 143 and 186. 143, 186. Trim is supposed to be up 1 point. This says 2.1. That says 1.2. Let's go with the one over here. 2.1 for our trim setting going up. .1 looks good. And then I am not a trusting soul, so for my speed for takeoff, I'm going to take it out of FMS mode and I'm going to dial in 210. Jersey Pilot, you are on a long haul from Boston to London Heathrow. How far are you along, Jersey Pilot? And I'm guessing the skies over the Atlantic are fairly nice tonight? Well, we kind of decided to do this at the last minute, Jersey Pilot. So, thank you for coming in while us crazy spies are over here. I'm going to squawk 0007. And we're good to go there. Let's go 122.800. We're good to go there. 2 hours or so. Jersey Pilot's got 2 hours to go into Heathrow. So we've got that. Okay, we're almost ready to get out of here. Let's go start closing doors. It is time to depart. Ground. We're going to go close cargo, and main. Main doors closing. There is a Ryanair. Buckeye is here. Hi, Buckeye. Welcome aboard. We are just getting ready to go. Doors closed. I'm going to lose the stairs and the cones. Let's make sure the APU is up and running. So ground power just went off. And we'll lose the GPU. Check our parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. Wheel chocks can go. And we are done with that page. Back to charts. Okay, so this looks good. And runway 9. I think we're ready. It's going to be flaps 1 for takeoff. I think this was supposed to be 2.1 here. I don't know if that matters or not. It's dry. I don't know if you have to tell the flight management computer we changed the trim or not. Nope, you can't do that. All right, I think it's time to go. It's a taxi out type of a deal. So the radio is on. Let's start squawking. Squawkage is occurring. Seatbelts going on. Let's do sterile cockpit. And close the door. And if you run out of cash, there is an ATM behind the co-pilot seat. So there's an ATM back there. Finn is back in Chast. Finn just passed the VATSIM beginners test with 90%. Excellent. Congratulations. You're going to load in somewhere as an observer and listen. Finn, that's exactly what to do. That's exactly what you do. We are at London City Airport, and we are going to an airport called Jersey. So that is exactly the first few steps. And if you're at an airport like the one we're at right now that doesn't have any ATC or anything like that, you might just pop in and fly with us. Jersey Pilot says there's a nice place for dinner where we get Jersey Royal potatoes and Jersey dairy ice cream. Perfect. And let's see, Jersey Pilot has Giselle's phone number, so I think we're all ready to go. I think it's time to start engines. I'm going to turn on the beacon. So the beacon is on. Seatbelts are on. You have to do electric pump A of the hydraulics. This is a great test of model matching, yeah. But yeah, Finn, good job. Way to go and get a 90% first time out. Shall we start an engine? Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 should start. There it goes. N2 is going up. We'll look for fuel flow. And that's at about 20%. Hear the engine rumbling up a little bit. 18, 19, 20. Now there goes fuel flow. So it's just a complete automated start here. Jersey dairy ice cream and Jersey Royal potatoes. Oh, let's see. You know what'd be good is potatoes with some bacon bits, some sour cream, and some garlic butter. So like a baked potato You know, split it open, fluff it up, bacon bits, sour cream, and garlic butter. That would be very tasty. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. Same drill. And at 20% N2, we'll get fuel flow. There goes fuel flow. And a nice start over there. While that's going on, we'll switch over to the map and make the map a little smaller. That's pretty good. I didn't hear anybody on the radio. 122.8, right? We're on VATSIM. Did I? Okay, there's somebody. There's the Ryanair. Okay, 2 good starts on our engines. Looking good. APU can go off. APU goes off. Everything looks good here. Let's see, we are doing flaps 1 for takeoff. Flaps are 1 for takeoff. There goes our leading edge slats. I hope. Yep, there they go. Do we have speed brakes? Not yet. Will the oh yeah, they'll do. You know, they're gonna have to rev it up and make some noise and stuff, but they'll make it. All right, let's come on down here and we're going to activate takeoff mode. Takeoff mode is active. LNAV and VNAV are groovy. I think it's time to go. So let's do a quick parking check, posture check, and taxi lights. Cabin call. Let everybody know in the back that our crazy pilots are going to start rolling the airplane about. Parking brakes off. Parking brakes are off. Tow brakes are on. Pick up a little speed here. And do a tight turn so we don't hit the tug. And then straight on out we go. Okay, anybody over here? No, nobody over there. Let's go over there. I'll bet flying the Polish airline over there is a lot of fun. You knew there was going to be a lot joke, right? There's the Ryanair taking to the runway. London City Airport, City Flyer 441 is an E190 taxiing down to runway 9. And looks like somebody's lining up, so we'll wait for them. London City. Carney is starting your E190, but the sounds on this airplane are not bad. They're not. I don't know if they have Boris sounds or not. Ooh, I wonder if we're going to hit the building here. I think you could fly an E190 here. Oh yeah, just fine. There goes Ryanair taking off. I'm going to slow down just a little bit. Let's watch Ryanair.
City Flyer 331 still wait to the company E190 thereafter.
There goes Ryanair.
Angle.
Rotate and lift off. Easy peasy. There was room to spare. I think that's the airplane up ahead that was going to give way. The London city scenery is really nicely done. This has always been a fun little airport.
Liner 64, takeoff, departing runway 9.
Auto brakes to RTO. Still nothing but tower at Heathrow and Gatwick, so no other problems. Okay, takeoff fuel. Minimum takeoff fuel is 3.84. I am at 4.3. No reason to freak out about takeoff fuel. Other things are better for freak out time. Jim says it's real true to life here. Wait a minute, there was an airplane right there. Oh, there they are. I see them. London City traffic. City Flyer 441's taxiing onto runway 09 and departing London City. Captain Clarkey, this airplane is made by Flight Sim Studios. It's the Flight Sim Studios, and it's an E190, E170, and a cargo variant. Okay. I think that was part of the whole, yeah, because the BAE 146s flew out of here all the time, and then this is the one that, yeah, Melvin's right. Wabi, no, actually it's Old Jersey. It's Old Jersey today. All right, pretty good to go there. Landing lights on. Landing lights are on. I think it's time to go. Throttle's up about halfway. Come on over here and start the elapsed timer. Elapsed timer is groovy. Auto throttle. Auto throttle's good. It's flying time.
80 knots.
Checked.
Auto brake.
V1.
Hands off
Rotate.
throttles. Rotate. Flaps up. Holding 210 in our turns. Okay, around we go, and 3,000 feet around these turns because there's airplanes coming into Heathrow from here. And they still have ATC, so we're going to stay here so that we don't get into their zone. And 3,000 feet. Let's see. Polyot says there are not any aircraft going into Heathrow. They closed the airspace for everyone's safety as they heard there were spies coming into the UK. Oh, they heard it was me personally that was coming into the UK. Well, that's just them looking out for the
traffic Ryanair 362
good of everybody.
Delta established left runway 04,
Let's
10
see.
miles.
Buckeye says to hydrate. Thank you, Buckeye. Welcome in. Krebby got off the runway too. We're all being such good pilots though right now, Polyot. Okay, after Soka, okay, we can speed up now to 250. MG King, we're gonna do the Spy Flight Beer Run is next. Let me update the next command. We're gonna do the Beer Run, so that is all on multiplayer. And Loviz says we have to take jets today. Hi, DT. This is the, I don't know if this, okay, now hang on, let me do speed, 250. I was gonna do the James Bond jet today. Okay, next command is good. DT, welcome aboard. So this is the Flight Sim Studios E190. Yeah, LNAV does work a lot better, doesn't it? Zero out heading select. After Soka, we can do the rest of our climb. MEB Wally. Yeah, it does. LNAV I trust a lot better than I used to. Okay, climb page.
Delta traffic Ryanair 362 Delta, short final runway 04 Stanford.
And our final climb's flight level 280. There we go. I think we have to do a flight level change on this one. Does it just automatically pump us up to flight level 280? Reset heading select. It's a short flight. We'll let the flight attendants get up. And that looks good. Over here, our progress says we are 260 miles away from Jersey. So my guess is they're already starting to bake the potatoes for us and start, get the ice cream out. And Giselle is on the way to wherever it is that we're meeting today. Speed brakes are down, flaps are up, auto brakes are off. After takeoff items are done. Let's see, Jersey pilot has put in everybody's food order for our party at Jersey tonight. Redo heading select. Always like to keep that up. A great departure out of London City. Wow. I'll bet City Flyers saying, gee, we ought to bring some more spies into our pilot corps. DT switched the E190 version to the experimental on the latest upgrade, and you could barely handle it. Really? I don't know if I'm unstable or experimental or not. I don't remember. This one was actually a nice, calm, cool, collected departure. (10,000 feet). Speed now to 270. And landing lights off. And in the climb, we're actually supposed to climb at 290. It's Jersey Pilot's mom's 70th birthday on Thursday. You went to a nice restaurant, so you're going to book a cab from the airport to take us all there. I thought everything was like in walking distance in Jersey. Is it bigger than I thought it was? I'm sure they have cabs for folks, but, you know. Or cycling distance. Okay, 290 it says in the climb. Let's start learning to trust the numbers in the airplane. Looking good there. Heading select again, and we're good. Okay, let's go and see flight plan. We've got 6 pages. We're gonna go ECNIV. That's that. ECNIV to lid. That looks good. To Neville. So the next waypoint is gonna be Neville. There's Neville. Anglo. Durko. BVAV. There's BVAV. Oyster. Shark. JW. So we come in here at BVAV. After BVAV, it's Oyster and Shark. BVAV, Oyster, Shark, and then JW. To this. I wonder if we can get rid of JW. And then via to and activate. That should take us right to the runway and not have any drama coming out. So that looks really good. Minimums for our landing today are 471 feet. So minimums, we have to take it, is it on Barrow? It is, it's already on Barrow. So 471 feet. So 470, that is now set. That looks good. Krebby's Ryanair flight did a nice takeoff and is cruising out. All right, this looks good. We're not going back to London City. So one of the things that I've discovered is you can have multiple tabs here for the different charts. So I've got one for EGJJ. Let's do another one. EGJJ again. And this time we'll put a taxi chart in. And this way you can have multiple tabs this way. So you can have the approach chart. This is really nice to have. Seems to also be remembering the size here. So all of that's good. All right, passing 23,000 feet. It looks like it's calm, so let's let the passengers get up. For those that had a few too many Guinnesses before they left London. So seatbelts going off. The rest of our lights are good. I'll leave the logo lights on, nav lights, red beacon, and strobes. Everything else is groovy good. Nothing to worry about there. Carney, it does. I'm not using vertical speed in my climb, and it's not doing that. So my guess is vertical speed doesn't work well on this airplane, or I'm doing something wrong. Maybe that's it. Could be something I'm doing. Oh, altimeters. Standard altimeter. And reset the heading bug again. So maybe it just doesn't like vertical speed. .26. This all looks good. 197 miles from Jersey. Jersey has gone offline as well. I don't know that we can get... Carney says we ought to do flight level change. How did you turn on the little cockpit light? You mean the lights that you see on the control panel here, Captain Chris? It's over here in the top. See where it says flood and storm? And then you can also turn down the levels on the CRTs. So the floodlight over here is what's turned on my floods there. Jersey Tower is not online. Glenn is on. A friend of yours, but Norbert Long's off right now. DT, so only flight level change is working for you. And flight level 280. And over here on performance for cruise, we're cruising at 300 knots. So 300 knots is our cruise. There we go, that looks good. 99 miles to top of descent. 99 bottles of beer on the... Okay, well, we won't do that. Let's see. So, VATSIM has gone offline for Jersey. In the flight plans itself, it'll have an old METAR. EGJJ, Windsor 060 at 11 knots. The altimeter is 1022. So we could go and plug that in here now. Go to performance. And let's see. Let's do the landing init. Now, landing weight, I've been really lazy about my landing weights and stuff here. I'm just taking it off the landing weight here, which is 38686. 38686. There's our landing weight. Our wind, according to the arrival page, is going to be 060 at 11 knots. 060 at 11 knots. Gonna make it flaps 5 to land. The temperature is 14 degrees. And that looks good. No anti-ice, flaps 5, 131, 142. Let's make it an easy number to remember. Our landing is going to be about 140 at flaps 5. Looking pretty good there. Back to progress. Progress looks groovy. 168. On the performance tab for cruise, it says we're 80 miles from top of descent. Not a bad flight. Aerial Aviation, it's Glenn's birthday today, who did Jersey Tower. Oh, wow. Glenn apparently has signed off. I didn't know. That's cool. Definitely out over the channel right now, so we need to be on alligator watch. Because, you know, alligators. If you are new to flight sim, we've been flying around a lot on VATSIM and being all pro, giving the appearance of being pro, okay? But we're going to go on something called multiplayer next. If you're a beginner, this is the time to join us because there's no rules in multiplayer. You can do whatever you want. If you go smack into the side of a wall, it's no big deal. And if you've never set up multiplayer, I will go and show you how, okay? So this way, and if you're just learning to fly the Cessna 152, you can fly the Cessna 152 on this flight. It's very easy. 69 miles to top of descent. USAE server, Matt. Yep, that's the one we usually fly on these days. Loviz says we have to fly jets. I haven't been in the Twin Otter in a long time. But maybe we'll fly the James Bond jet. I may need to turn on liveries for the James Bond jet. All right, so we'll go to aircraft. ATRs. Cape Air. Oh wow, you know what? We've also got to do some DC-3 flying. We got to learn how to fly the DC-3. We've got 6th of June coming up. Okay, we got to turn on the BD-5J. BD-5J, I think, is on. You know, maybe I ought to wait before we do this. I wonder if it isn't already in there. I'm going to go and turn that off, and we may have to load it another way. We ought to check in the library page first. Wabi, no, we're not going to be going that fly. We're not going to be going that fast. Look, you don't have to worry about anything except hopping in your plane and having fun. If there's an airplane on the runway, go ahead and land. Again, no rules at all. None, zero, nada. 142 miles to go. Top of descent, 50 miles. Okay, so our descent here, after BVAV, nothing at Oyster, nothing at Shark. Okay? So on the approach, coming out here, it's going to be 2,000 feet. So our descent will be down to 2,000 feet. We can handle that. I'm going to dial that in now. It's a little soon, but that's okay. 2,000 feet. Okay, so the thing you could do about add-on linker, if you're like, so let's say I forgot to turn on, you know, Jersey Airport where we're going. You can't do it once you've started the flight. I'm looking at stuff that I'm going to do for my next flight, which is on the other side of the world, and it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter at that point. So for the current flight, turning on add-on linker in the middle of the flight, no, it's not going to do a thing for you. But if you want to, like right now we're just in cruise, we can go and start setting up for our next flight. That's something you do. You still have to restart sim, but that's it. Finn is at EDDS today right now. They have ground tower and delivery. So Stuttgart, right? Man, that was the airport I thought I was going to for across the pond. I got locked in my head. But Leipzig is the big cargo terminal there. 39 miles out. Okay, so let's look over at the descent page. We're going to descend at 290. So we'll descend at 290 in 30 miles. Let's see. We did something at Stuttgart. Was that our jumping off point when we took the Junkers up the canyon in Austria to check out the Schloss Adler? Was that when we did that? The Schloss Adler is the castle of the eagle in Where Eagles Dare. And if you go, there's several places you could do it. So here's Lowy over here. So Lowy is over here. No, I think it was not that at all. I think we took all, I think it's Salzburg. I think you do Salzburg to Lowy. So you do a flight like this, and then you kind of come up the canyon here, and you'll go right by the Castle of the Eagles. I think Mark Felton mentioned that. We'll just look at the beginning here. Hi, Abelars. Let's see. Whoa, turn that down. Music alert. More sound. 30. Sound. There we go. Okay. Mark Felton went here once. Yeah, the Castle of the Eagle. I think he did a Ryanair to Salzburg.
Ever since I first saw this film in the early 80s, one rainy Saturday afternoon on TV, I've been determined to visit the real place. Burton and Eastwood's characters parachuted into a snowy alpine landscape from a Junkers Ju-52, the famous German tri-motor transport. But for me, it was the excitement of a Ryanair scheduled flight to Salzburg Airport.
Yep, it was Salzburg.
Exciting.
It was Salzburg. Okay, so we'd have to do Salzburg. And I actually think that that's the actual canyon that you start flying down to go and do this. If you don't know, Mark Felton does all sorts of incredibly interesting videos over on YouTube. if you go to YouTube here, and if you go, I'll give you a link to the video I was just looking at. So this is it right here, Mark Felton. I'm going to give you a link to watch that whole video. I definitely recommend Mark Felton videos. They're really good, and there is a link to that channel. And we did that flight when the Junkers came out. 12 miles, let's go. Okay, we got to slow down manually. So 290 to descend. And sadly, one of the things that we learned in that flight, in that video from Mark Felton, was that the Junkers, the airplane that they used in the movie, unfortunately has crashed. So I always love hearing someone say scheduled. I'm not quite European enough to do scheduled yet. I imagine I could get that way if I moved there, but not. Yeah, it's just the one photo. I mean, he's more into the content and stuff. He does a little bit of self-promotion and all, but he's really pretty good. His videos are incredibly informative. Come on, airplane, you gonna descend? I did flight level change, it's not descending. All right, we're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Vertical speed. So Matt, I don't know if you know this. You know, Mark Felton, he normally does videos about World War II, right? There's either a guy or a group of people. Satchuk, thank you for doing a resub. Thank you for being here for 29 months, and happy Sunday to you. Thank you for coming in. One of the things is, so Mark Felton does all of these videos mostly about World War II. He's actually a college professor, and I think he's actually got a PhD in history. So it's like pretty kind of a heavyweight kind of a dude. Anyhow, so he does all of these videos, right? Well, there's this group of people out there that do what I guess the title of their videos are the Hitler Rants video. And the Hitler Rants channel is video from the movie Downfall, but they've changed all the subtitles in there to have them say really, really crazy, silly things. And, you know, the idea is to, you know, humiliate, you know, Hitler, essentially. And, you know, that's what Hitler Rants has been doing for years. One day, Matt, they did a video about Mark Felton. They did a video about Mark Felton, the Hitler Rants people, and it's Hitler ranting about Mark Felton. And one of the lines is, you know, and he's even written 19 more books than I have. You know, Hitler wrote one book, Mein Kampf, actually kind of set 2 versions or something, I think, the actual history of it. But anyway, he says, he wrote 19 more books than me. But anyway, you know, Matt, if you haven't seen that one, it's kind of entertaining. Okay, we're doing a decent descent here. And let's go now to the descent page. Yeah, it is. And I think if you just look for the title, if you just search those terms in YouTube, Hitler Rants about Mark Felton, you'll find it. Absolutely hilarious. We're doing pretty good. Okay, seatbelts. Seatbelts going on now. Oh, they're over here. The upper panel gets a little bit dark. We decided the altimeter, but we didn't check the transition. Transition altitude here is going to be 6,000 feet. Matt, I think, Matt, one of the first ones that they did was Hitler tries to fly Microsoft Flight Simulator or something like that from way, way back, which is absolutely hilarious, you know, if you think about it. You know, Hitler tries to fly Microsoft Flight Simulator or something. There was another one, Hitler has to fly Ryanair. And of course, you know whose fault it always is, right? Fagelite. It's always his fault. It's just hilarious. I love them. They're really creative. Oh, aerial aviation's getting triggered. We will stop right now. Absolutely. Let's talk about ice cream at Jersey and the porpoising E-Jet. Good afternoon, AH Mike. All right, looking good here. Oh, looking great. All right, coming on in here. All right, here is the end of our star, the beginning of the star right there at BVAV. So we'll kind of come on around here. We didn't get any altitudes, but we've got like 33 miles to go when we make the turn. And I think Jersey's just right off the right wing, the right wingtip here. So we're good to go there. AZ, yes. Jersey Pilot has already set up everybody. We're meeting a nice restaurant, and we're meeting Giselle there. Auto brakes on. It's porpoising a little bit. I was going to do a level change descent. It didn't like it, so I'm back to doing a vertical speed descent. I don't know why. 18,000 feet, that looks really good. Menifee, we are, after we do this, we're going to jump in the BD-5J or your favorite small jet. You don't have to fly one. We're going over to multiplayer and doing the beer run. So the BD-5J, it's the James Bond jet. Jersey pilot's already at the bar. And they've already put in our order of big baked potato.
Traffic. On the right
baked potato with bacon bits, sour cream, and garlic butter. So we're just exiting the French coast now. So that's the French coast from behind us there. Bonsoir. And there is our island. And if you look carefully, you can see the runways right there at the end of the island. So I guess Jersey is probably not, you probably take a cab ride around here. So you probably, it's not, everything isn't within walking distance. Reset the heading select. Let's do that. 15,000 feet, everything's looking good there. Captain Chris has actually used VNAV. I tried it once and it was a little dodgy for me. So maybe I just didn't know what I'm doing, Captain Chris, and I should take it up on a learning flight and see if I can't figure out how to do that. It's for Jersey Pilot, it's 45 square miles in size, so yeah, walking would push it a little bit. And there's 103,000 people living there. Is there good internet? Is that would that be a good place to move to go and create the Jersey Spy HQ for live streaming? All right, we need to start slowing down a little bit. The Cessna 152 is the one that I have the most hours in because that's what I did my flight training in. They let me go in the 172 for about 5 hours. And I got to do the Cardinal for about 3. Okay, let's do heading select. Good. Carol is going to go to the Magic Kingdom in Orlando. I think it was more like 3 hours and 7 hours, though. It was, I think it's closer. It's like 7.2 in the 172, and a little less than 3 in the Cardinal.
This traffic Ryanair 224 will make for RNAV runway 8, join on the final. Teach traffic.
Jersey traffic. City Flyer 441's an E-Jet. We are south of the airport, a beam of the airport right now. And in 12 miles, we'll make our turn to final for landing on runway 8. Jersey. Internet is good. Fiber connections and 5G. Everything is well, everything's always expensive on an island, right? DT, you couldn't... I think it's just dodgy for some people. I don't know. It's just, you know, for some people, they have a hard time with it, not all. And we'll just continue to let our speed coast down. Justice is going to go Minneapolis to AUA. Let's see. 230 is flaps 1. Flaps 1. Flaps 4 is 190, 180. 215. We'll put the speed brakes away now. That looks pretty good. Continuing to Aruba. Oh, Aruba. Okay, Justice. That's why I didn't recognize that. Boy, you got a long flight today. You've got a long one today. Let's see. Transition 7,000 feet. And we decided the altimeter here is 1022. 1022. Altimeter's checked and set. Sterile cockpit. Landing lights. Kind of hard to see them on this airplane. Speed still coming down to 180 around the horn. And all that looks good. Let's go to the arrivals page. And our landing page, VF, we said was going to be 140. We'll let the airplane just make the turn for us here. Flaps 3. Flaps are rolling out pretty good. And I wanted to make this turn at about 180 because, you know, it gets a little bit. One mile from Oyster, and I haven't shelled out any clam jokes yet. And there comes our turn. Haven't seen any sharks or alligators pop up here yet. We're picking up a localizer right now, so we'll wait till the airplane makes the turn on LNAV and then switch over to the ILS and stuff. Start reducing our rate of descent a little bit. About 1,000 feet per minute, I think, should do it. Once we get around the turn here, and we get on our heading, I wouldn't expect to see any alligators. Maybe, though, small sharks and dolphins.
Runway 8, happy landing.
No kidding. It's mighty shellfish to withhold the clam jokes. I'm just concentrating on my arrival here. So no alligators, but you could see some sharks in Jersey. All right, there's our nice little turn. I'm going to go ahead and reset heading select. I'm going to select heading. We're going to go and select localizer 1, and we're going to arm the approach. And this is going to go grab the localizer. It usually does these real crazy turns like this to go get you on the localizer when you do that. But, you know, so now it's going to get it. Jersey Pilot says if you like shellfish, they're also well known for oysters, and that's why they have the oyster waypoint. So Jersey also has really cool oysters there too. Are there all sorts of different kinds of fish, or not really? Landing gear. Let's get gear going down. Jersey Traffic's City Flyer 441 is now 10-mile finals for landing runway 8, Jersey. After landing, we're going to try and exit at Foxtrot. I'm going to start reducing my rate of descent just a touch. That way we can let glide slope capture it, and that kind of stabilizes it. Jersey Pilot says there's big fishing, crabs, bass, mackerel, all sorts of really great fish. So crab, bass, and mackerel. Eight-mile finals, VF 140 to land. Now this airplane really does not like vertical speed climbs and descents, but once you get off of vertical speed, it becomes really nice. We're just waiting to capture the glide slope. We have localizer. All right, posture check. Next flight, multiplayer. Beer run, taking the James Bond jet. Got the glide slope, perfect. There's 5-mile finals, 140 on the speed. 140. How about 145 just because I'm a chicken? And flaps 5, and we're good. Jersey traffic, City Flyer 441 is now 5-mile finals, landing runway 8, Jersey.
Jersey traffic, City Flyer 331 is 10 minutes by the runway to right, Jersey.
We got another city flyer coming in right behind us, so we got to get off the runway so we don't have to, so nobody has to go around on our account.
1000.
Auto throttle disconnect. Captain's got that. Hi, intergalactic gentlemen. Collimator is back. Hi, Collimator. I installed this airplane from Contrail. Captain Chris says there's 7 miles between us, so we're good. I still feel guilty when somebody has to go around because of me.
500.
Little high,
Minimums.
little fast.
300.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Reverse. Missed my high speed.
Auto brake.
Yeah, there'll be hot brakes for sure. Jersey traffic. City Flyer 441 is clear of runway 8. Taxi to parking. Happy landings, Jersey.
Jersey traffic, City Flyer 331 is short final for the runway to right, Jersey.
Strobes. Landing lights. I never got the nose light on for taxi. There we go. I don't think I got strobes off. There's Captain Chris, I think, right there. We did not go off the runway. We did not go off the runway. So here comes Captain Chris. Jersey pilot says there might have to be a runway inspection. How hard was it? It was so hard. It was minus 308 and 0.99 Gs. Well, of course. Hi, H pilot. H pilot, welcome in. That's right, hot brakes just means that you can take a grill back to the airplane and put it on the wheels, and you could start, you could grill your steaks over the wheels. Not great, not terrible. And Captain Chris just touching that. That's right, you could grill some of that bass. Ariel, we don't need to do that. And thank you for telling us to change the subject. I really appreciate you doing that. Never feel bad about saying that here, okay? And we got a good one. And there is the Ryanair over there. And this is actually kind of a cool little airport.
Jersey traffic, City Flyer 331, clear of runway 08, taxi to parking.
APU is coming on up. Oh, this isn't the Jersey scenery. I have a Jersey airport scenery. It's a really cool one. This is default. This is default. We'll come in next to Ryanair. Taxi light off. Always like to turn off taxi lights. because we've got people that actually work on the real ground crews, and they say those even the taxi lights can be blinding. Yeah, I've got a really good Jersey airport. I wonder why it didn't show up. And there we go. Parking brakes on. Jersey Pilot says the Fly X scenery simulations. So I think I got the wrong one. Okay, we got the APU up and running. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. And transponder to standby. Uh-oh. It won't go off. And let's come up over here. Let the ground cabin crew get up. At
Jersey traffic, shuttle 14, Papa, returning finals are left, runway 08, send 9 miles.
Okay, everything looks good here. Let's come over here. So doing multiple tabs over there really helped a lot. Wheel chocks, cones, ground power, and stairs. Open up some cargo. And can I still not turn these off? I can change those, but okay, now we're on standby. We're no longer squawking, so that's good. And here comes our stairs. Oh, we don't need forward stairs. Some stairs are automatically coming up. Stairs automatically came up. I think that's GSX. I think this is automated GSX, automatic GSX stuff. I think that's Captain Chris over there, and we have one other airplane coming in. I think we have to open our own doors.
Passengers bus is coming.
Yep, you have to open up your own doors. And this guy, oh my gosh, this guy is on a walkie-talkie. So this guy's on a walkie-talkie there. And we're already unloading baggage here. We're already doing baggage and stuff, so this looks good. All right, I think we had one more spy pilot that's coming in with us right now. And Jersey's down here. Let's see. SHT4 Papa is coming in. So we have one more airplane coming in. Passenger deboarding. Are we going to see? Now this time you might see people getting off the plane. The ground crew's all over it here today. Let's see. Did we get everything turned off up here? We got all that. Oh, we don't need the electric pump A. So nav lights, logo lights, all the rest of the lights. Oh, we didn't do seatbelts. Didn't do seatbelts. And then there's the one more airplane that's coming in. Not a bad flight. It's slowly getting better.
Jersey traffic, shuttle 14, Papa, now short final left, runway 08, Jersey.
There we go. Oh, look at that. We got people getting off the plane. Some of them they always walk kind of funny. Some of them walk normally. A few of them still walk like, you know, zombies and stuff. But GSX has been making that a lot better. So this thing automatically triggered GSX deboarding on this airplane. I think Ryanair has turned the lights back on. Ryanair's got lights flashing. One more plane. According to the map, 14 Papa is just coming over the beach. They're a little soulless, a little like automatons. Will from online walks like a zombie whenever you're deboarding the airplane if it's a long flight. Unless, of course, you're in Cairo and then you walk like an Egyptian, right? This was yeah, Captain Chris, I'm getting a little bit warmer to this airplane too. I'm enjoying it a lot. And here comes our last arrival in. Okay, our ground crew guy is dancing. This guy started dancing. And here's our Speedbird over here. Just coming in. I think everybody arrived. Yeah, that guy was like dancing on GSX. I think it's also a lot more stable in hand flying than it used to be. It really has been. Okay, so main menu and main menu over here. Happy to be a part. Well, you know, if you're working at a vacation destination, I think it's probably a good thing to do. Okay, we want to check two things here. Want to check two things before we do our next flight. The first is what happened to the Jersey scenery. So let's go over there and cancel that. Let's go to library. I think that's the main thing. The porpoising up and down, that's really the only problem that I'm having at the moment with the airplane. And it could very well be that I just don't know what I'm doing with it. Okay, so what we first need to do is see what happened to the scenery, because I know I've got a nice Jersey. We all did a really big group flight way back when we started to get to know. And if you don't know who Giselle is a real world client of somebody that flies with us all the time and lives on Jersey. So that's who that is. Okay, let's come over here. First of all, let's check EGJJ. All right, so I have one airport scenery installed. This is the Super Spud stuff. This is what we've got, and this is not good. So we don't want to use that. So we're going to go and delete that as soon as we get done with this. Now let's look for BD5J. And I don't have the BD5J loaded, so that means we've got to load that too. Okay, so we're good to go there. Let's go and escape out of the sim. Well, Carney, I've been able to use flight level change. I've been able to use flight level change on departure. The thing is if you're departing on a SID, you got to be careful that you don't bust any altitude. So you got to watch out for that. Otherwise, flight level change works great. But if you're using vertical speed, either up or down, it gets kind of cranky. Loviz, you are not late. Welcome back in. Okay, first of all, EGJJ. We don't want this Super Spud stuff anymore. This looked terrible. So we're going to just go in here, manage add-ons, and I'm just going to delete it. It looked terrible, so get rid of that. Okay. And now let's go, and what we'll do is get out of here, and we're going to use the James Bond jet. So the James Bond jet is BD5J. We'll just pop that in there now, and that looks good. So we're good to go with that. And I don't think that I've got anything else for the BD5J. Okay, let's go ahead, and this is going to be a multiplayer thing. Most of the time we fly around on VATSIM, right? Most of the time it's all VATSIM and stuff. So the thing about that is going from VATSIM to multiplayer is a little bit tough. It's a little bit annoying. USA East, low vis. So if you've never done this before, I'm going to try to explain this a little bit better, okay? We don't need anything special. You need throttles, rudder pedals, whatever your normal thing is. We're not on VATSIM. If you're a total beginner, come play. Come fly with us. All right, start sim. First flight tomorrow is Nuremberg to Copenhagen. Nuremberg to Copenhagen. And Loviz is challenged us all to fly a jet on this flight. So you don't have to. There are no rules, but it's whatever you want to do. I haven't been in the James Bond jet in quite a while, so let's see what happens. We don't really need a bunch of flight notes or anything like that. While we're waiting, let me show you the flight that we're doing in case you've never seen this before. So, and there's a silly little story that goes along with it, but we're going to use Navigraph. So we're going to use Navigraph to use this, and this will also give you flight tracking if you care. But we're not going to get it from SimBrief. So in this case, go to Flights and hit New Flight. And now you have to select an origin and a destination. Select our origin, and that's going to be TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. Add it. Now we have to set a destination. We're going to set it again, TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. Add it to the route. Now what this is going to do is focus you over here on Juliana Airport in Caribbean. And there we are. Now we're going to add some other airports to our flight today. The two other airports, and they are St. Bart's and Saba. The way to do this so that you can have a nice little flight tracking thing is hit the little pencil here and see it says TNCM, TMCM, and DCT. Now we're going to put our two other airports. So St. Bart's, TFFJ, space, Saba, TNCS. And once you're done with that, hit done. And now we've got our own little spy triangle here. And these are this is our route. This is what we're doing. So outside of Juliana, we're going to fly for 17 miles on a heading of 133 degrees over to St. Bart's. Then we're going to come down here for 27 miles out to Saba and then back to Juliana. And what you can do with this is you can use this as your as a flight tracker. So you can use live flight tracking with this if you want. You can do that very easily if you'd like to do that. We'll go to airports really fast and hit TNCM and hit weather. And we're going to get our altimeter setting, which is 1013, standard altimeter. Wind whistling down the runway at about 12 knots as it always is. So no big changes there. There are a couple of charts you could use if you would like, but generally we don't do any charts here. So here at Juliana, smaller airplanes are going to be over here in the middle of the airport. Taxi on taxiway Alpha, get on runway 10, take off, immediately make a turn, go by the condos you see over here, continue on out, you'll see the cruise ships over here, and then fly on out this way. Now then, halfway out, you're going to see these little shoals here. I call them shipwreck shoals. And you'll see these popping up ahead of you. You only climbed about 1,500 feet on this. And so you want to try and fly over these little shoals here. And then continue on here, and now you come in and you see there's these two rocks out here. You're going to see the big rock out in the middle of this, so aim for the rock. Then you take a look over here, and you see here's runway 10 right here. So before you get to the rock, you're going to see another rock. And then you want to make a turn before that too. Line yourself up on runway 10. Dive for the runway and jam on your brakes and hope you stop before you run out of runway and hit the beach. as some airplanes have in the real world. After that, we're going to take off. You'll fly around the island between these two, come on out here, and then get on a course heading of 249 degrees for 27 miles and come on into Saba. Now this island, what you're going to want to do is, you'll see the island. It's kind of got a pointy mountain on it. So it's kind of a real, you know, pointy island. A pointy mountain on it. All right, hang on. So aim for the north side of the island here. Guess what? There's another rock that you need. And another rock is right here. And you see runway 12 and you see the rock? Fly right over the rock. Right over the rock, okay? And then come on in and land. These are runways that you do not want to go hunting for butter on. They are ridiculously short. Super short. Jam on the brakes and stop, okay? Then after that, we'll take off and come over here. And at this point, you want to fly to the left of the island and come on in here, and we'll land back on runway 10. AZ says the rock is called Le Pain de Source. Am I saying that even close to right? Hey, Matt, take your time. Take your time. We're taking our time a little bit on this too. Okay, so that's our flight. That's our flight. Now, if you'll put up with me just a little bit, I'm going to go and record a YouTube video. We'll just do it right here. It's an actual rock. It's not Dwayne Johnson. Arr, arr, arr. So what I'm going to be doing is changing over from VATSIM control to changing over from VATSIM to multiplayer is something that people have questions about. So I'm going to record a small little video that I could put over on YouTube afterwards about how we do this. I hope I just get it right. Jim, I think the Vision Jet will be just fine. It will. So nothing deal. And if you've never done this before, just kind of follow along and it should work for you too, okay? Almost done loading. You have to do some of the switching over to multiplayer at a specific time, like before you select your airplane and stuff like that. So we'll go through all that as soon as the sim loads up. I hope. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time. 68%, as you see here, you know, at the bottom left-hand part of the screen. This is where it always holds up for me. Once we start getting a good indicator of when Sim Update 5's coming out, I'm really thinking of deleting the whole sim, the whole thing, and reloading a new one in. Okay, here we go. And then cleaning out the community folder down to the absolutely nothing. And doing a lot more, you know, with add-on linker. All right, let's go ahead here real fast and let me do this one little thing, okay? Where is it? I'm noticing that it's kind of freezing a little bit here. Hey there, YouTube. Welcome to the Spy Flight. We're about ready to switch from VATSIM operations to multiplayer operations. Sometimes this gets a little bit confusing because you have to do some things in the specific order. So right now what we're going to do is we've just started Microsoft Flight Simulator and we've been flying in VATSIM, but now we're going to fly in multiplayer. Step number one is hit the start button. So we've loaded up the sim, hit the start button, and then stop. You don't want to select your airplane or anything like that yet. The first step is to come on over here into settings. So the wheel in the upper right hand corner is the first thing to do, and we're going to go to online. Okay, so the first thing is going to be online, and we're going to come down here and switch on multiplayer. Today we're going to be flying on the East USA server, and then I also like to click show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. Okay, so those are the two big things that I'll turn on for multiplayer. The next thing that we're going to look at is, I think it's over here in flight interface. And there's a thing you can turn on. It's called show traffic nameplates. That's way you can see the names of your friends and stuff that are flying. The problem is when we do that, sometimes there's so many nameplates up there you can't see the runway. So I'm going to leave this one off for this one. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into graphics, and we're going to go to global rendering quality and go all the way to the bottom. Now you can see some of the settings that I have over here. So I've got sea traffic, road traffic, aircraft variety. So these road, sea, and fauna, I've got these turned all the way down. But what we're going to do is we're going to do air traffic variety and quantity. I'm going to turn these both on and flip them both to the ultra zone for now. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do, I think we also want to do that with parked aircraft variety. So we're just going to flip those both on. Airport, parked aircraft, and then I think we're done with that. We're all good there. So now we're going to go save and go back. And now we're going to go load our airplane. We're still not done. There's one more thing that we have to do. So we're going to be doing the Spy Flight Brew Run. If you've heard about that, that's something that we do every now and then at Princess Juliana Airport at Sint Maarten. And so what we're going to do is we're going to fly the BD-5J. This time it's the James Bond jet. And so we're going to go ahead and load in the BD-5J. And then we're going to go and configure it because we've got a special livery that looks just like the livery when James Bond was flying it. So we're going to come all the way to the end there, and there's the 007 livery. Okay, so we got this one here too. And somebody over in Twitch chat said we don't need the parked aircraft. So I'm going to go and turn that off, and we'll see. I'm going to save this and go back. And save this and go back, and we've selected our airplane. So let's just go and check that. We're going to go and see that right now. So we're going to come over here, go back to graphics, global rendering quality, all the way down to the bottom, and we're going to do parked aircraft. So I'm going to turn those back the way they were. Okay, so the top one is off, and the bottom one is low. And we'll leave those there. Now save and go back. Now then, we're going to go and get our airport. And we're going to depart from Princess Juliana Airport. So TNCM. And there's Juliana. Now then, one more step to this multiplayer thing before you do stuff. Zoom on in here. And we've got all of our parking spots. While that's loading in, we'll just kind of wait for the map to, get all sharp here. I'm going to grab a place to park, set as my departure. But before you do anything else, go to flight conditions. And in flight conditions, we want to turn weather and time to live. We want to turn air traffic to off. And you need to turn multiplayer to, I believe it's all players. I think we turn it to all players, and then we hit save and go back. And that should be it. We're going to come over here and hit start the flight. And we should also start seeing our friends that are flying with us in Flight Sim 2024. There we are zooming down. They're going to start appearing at the airport too, and we should be all ready to go. And those are the ways, at least, that I know that you go and set up multiplayer to go flying with your friends here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So thank you for watching. I hope that helped, and I hope I got it all right. And we'll see you the next time here on YouTube. Cheerio. Okay, so there we go. I don't see anybody else. I think we might need parked aircraft. We may need parked aircraft because I don't see anybody. We should see people about now. We could test that out. So there's our airplane right there. Let's go ahead and turn on the top. And what we'll do is we can go over here and actually, no, we just go and escape and go settings. Captain Chris, you have it off and you see everybody. Really? No kidding. So Captain Chris has parked aircraft off, and you see everyone. Okay. I don't see anybody. I did something wrong. Maybe it was supposed to be live instead of all players. Captain Chris says, no, just wait. Let's chill. Let's resume. We'll see what happens here. Let's go ahead and get in the airplane and go.
Subscriber confirmed.
Dad Game Time, thanks for the resub. Hey, thank you for coming in
Loyalty
today.
noted.
Welcome aboard, Dad Game Time. Good to see you, and a super duper happy day. Loviz is on Sim Update 5. Where is my mouse? I don't see my mouse here. Oh, there we go. I was just trying to turn Spy Jams back on. Okay, so that's right. If you're on Sim Update 5, you're not going to see anybody. Captain Chris, are you on Sim Update 5? Shift C. Let's get in the cockpit here. All right. Let's see. I think I do have a couple of camera settings here. Yeah, pilot, right, left, and big instruments. I don't have a lot of these turned on. So 0974. 0, 9, 7, and 4. Yep, that's what we've got. Loviz is in a 737. Dad Game Time, you have a mousetrap. Okay, I don't still see anybody here. All of this looks like it's just generic traffic. So I must have done something wrong. I must not have done that. So that video that I just recorded is useless. I should see some people here, but I don't. Let's go ahead and fly, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so the airplane here. We can come down here to Loviz sees people in Sim. Maybe everybody's in Sim Update 5 but me, and that's why I don't see anybody. Let's close the canopy. Well, the canopy didn't close. Loviz says they're not spies. No cross the pond hangover. It's not closing my canopy. There we go. It changed color. All right, now we can fly. Black Dog's on PlayStation 5. You should see people, though. Speedbird, no cross the pond hangover. It went really good. Loviz wants to know, does the battery have to be on too? I didn't think so. Okay, let's come over here. And we have to turn a few things on down here. Let's see. Master switch. Avionics. Ignition. Fuel is not on cutoff. Let's try and start the engines on the airplane. We need a fuel pump to start them, I believe. I think we have to have the fuel pump to start. And then what we do is we hold. I said all players, Matt. Maybe I screwed up and it's supposed to be live players. Uh-oh. Didn't like me. Okay, I've got that. It's all players. I think I did all players too. So I think I did that. I've got my fuel pump on. Why didn't you start, airplane? No, live is limiting. All is not limiting. Live, you only see live. Okay, master avionics ignition. I didn't notice my RPM going up at all. Traffic variety needs to be ultra for multiplayer. I think I had that set. There it goes. What did I forget to do here? Martel's going to call it a night. Good night, Martel. We're in your backyard tomorrow. We're in your backyard tomorrow, so we'll see you then. It's been a while since I've been in this airplane, so obviously. Okay, let's see. We've got battery. Oh, look at that. Hey, there's somebody in a Vision Jet. Hi, Vision Jets. There's somebody. Okay, so it is working. Maybe I just needed to wait to load things in. Fuel selector. Do I not have fuel? Oil, percent RPM. I'm at half a tank of fuel. That's Captain Chris, so it is working. Good night, Martel. Have a good time. I did not turn off nameplates because I can't see the runways. That was the only thing. So it did work. Maybe I just need to be more patient. Is there something else that I need to do here? Nothing down here, I don't think. What did I forget about this airplane? I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we need anything there. I forget what that is. Yeah, that's flaps. Does the little reverser work? Nope, the reverser doesn't work. Okay. And I feel like there's something else that I forgot to. Okay, I see more airplanes, so that's at least good. Mr. Jazz is going to call it a night too. Good night, Mr. Jazz. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time. Throx sees people. Okay, so that's working. My percent RPM is being really, really weird. And then it fades out. And then it fades completely out. Fuel pump on and off. That shouldn't be a problem. Maybe I need to just reset the plane. It could be I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm going to restart the flight. If I restart it, maybe that'll be good.
You need
to... let's see. Somebody started off a hype train just a little bit ago. Thank you. Dad Game Time did a resub. So did Zachuk. Did I miss those? That was 56 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago. Dad Game Time. Thank you. Okay, we'll try it again. All right.
Set parking brakes to request ground services.
Let's see. No, you can. This is the one that you can fly through the James Bond scenery. We could go do that again if we want. Close the canopy. All right, come on down here. I do the master switch and the ignition. We do the fuel pump on. Fuel pump is on. Nav lights is on. Real Nobody just did a nice resub. Hi, Real Nobody. Thank you.
Loyalty noted.
And then down, that's just the smoke. I think I had my Real Nobody is did a nice resub for 37 months. Thank you for a 37-month resub, Real Nobody. Welcome on in. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing good. All right, now we got it. I had the fuel cut off in the wrong spot. Okay, let's see. Let's come on down here. Let's do avionics going on. Avionics are on. We don't need the EFB. Transponder to alternate 0007. All right, there we go. Let's come on here. Dad Game Time, thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Flaps 1. All right. Let's give this thing a try. Ooh, very important on this one. Make sure that do I have reversers? No, I don't have reversers on this one. Uh-oh. I better have a reverser. If I don't have a reverser, we're dead, Jim. If I don't have a reverser, we're dead. Well, I'm really messing this up. I needed to go to the throttles. Let's try that. No reverser there at all. Okay, well, we're going to have to rely on brakes here. We're going to have to just rely on brakes because we can't stay here forever. Okay, parking brakes off. Parking brakes should be off. Let's see if we can go. Uh-oh. Keyboard is now messed up. Keyboard is now messed up. Let's give it another try. And I bet we don't need that. We're doing the, okay, none of these work. None of those work. That's scary. That is scary. None of the views work today. It has been so long since I've been in this, and I think I totally screwed up all of my camera views too. So we're not going very fast, are we? And I can't get the brakes off either. Can't get the brakes off either. Let's see. If I remember, okay, that's landing gear. These are flaps. I think that was like trim. That's like trim. And I don't see which one's the brakes. Oh, sorry about this. It could be that I may not be able to do this jet. I think I'm like out of the water. Something's wrong with my airplane. I'm going to do a quick reset and go to an airplane that I know that works. Okay? Sorry about this. I haven't been in this airplane for quite a while. So I'm going to just go to my little BD5J on my Twin Otter. OTT. Nope, it's not that. It's a... Okay, the Twin Otter is a... Nope, it's not that one. It's the DHC6. There we go. DHC6. Hi, AvGeek. Thanks, Captain Whip. Boy, I'm having a terrible time here. Let's just use this one. It will work for us eventually. Okay, we need wheels. We've got wheels. And we've got the shark livery. And that's great. And let's save and go back. Let's go back to TNCM. Princess Juliana Airport. Hey, Black Macbeth. Thank you. Yep, DHC6. How could I forget? All right, let's come on over here and departure, and I'll get this thing powered up really quick. And it shouldn't take long. Should you use United or Korean? AvGeek, where are you going? Gorilla Glue is descending into Dublin right now. This is absolutely one of my favorite little airplanes, though. This old thing is just absolutely outstanding. It's a lot of fun. You do need to come over here and take those off, take those off, take those off, and then hop in the airplane. All right, let's see here. We've got our throttles, and I think we run the throttles over here. And do I have reverse? Nope. There's max. Okay, we'll worry about that later. All right, so come on down here. And we're going to take that off. We're going to take this off. Make sure these controls work. And then when you got those working, you just turn this off because it just gets in your way. Okay, we got that. And we got that. We have that. And we've got this stuff up here. We can look over there. Looks good. Okay. USMC Vet is having pizza and breadsticks. Ooh, what kind of breadsticks today? AvGeek wants to know about an American or a Korean route. All right, let's turn this thing on. So first thing we need is power. And we'll come over here and we're going to do battery power and turn this on. Airplane starts making all sorts of groovy little noises and stuff like that. It's great. Let's see. I am gonna need these to stop at St. Bart's though. I need these. So let's go to the throttle quadrant. I'll bet the ATR will work really good for me here. Okay, that's all the way forward. Hey, yay, now we got reverse. We got to have those. Okay, props to feather. Props go to feather. Up here, we're going to need some lights here. So let's do position lights. No smoking. That looks good. Everything else is just fine up here. Let's get started and get ready to rumble. All right, so to start up some engines, we're going to go and do anti-collision, fasten seat belts, beacon, anti-collision is later. Okay, we ready? Starting this thing is really entertaining. Okay, so what we're going to do is come over here. Fuel booster pumps. You got to turn these on. fuel booster pumps, and then we look down here at gas generation, and there we go. And let's just turn these off so they're not flashing at us. Because, you know, flashing's never fun. There we go. That looks great. Don't need the autopilot. We're serious sim pilots here. All right, let's look up here, and we're going to start an engine. Starting engine number 1. Okay, gas generation's coming up. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and fuel. Here comes fuel. And if we look out here, you can see we got a prop spinning. And it's properly spinning. Throx, our destination, we've got 2. We're doing St. Bart's, Saba, and we're departing and arriving back at Juliana. All right. Prop comes out. Let's go ahead and start another engine. So over here we do the same thing. Right engine. Look down at gas generation. And no, that doesn't mean that you have to go to Taco Bell or anything. And I usually between 10 and 20. And as soon as that happens, we turn on fuel. And we got another propeller spinning. There's our other propeller spinning. Okay, cool. Take that out there. That looks good. While these things are spinning on up here, let's come on up here. Generator. Reset and on. Reset and on. We're going to turn on the bleed air. We'll turn the temperature to manual. And temperature cool because, you know, we're going to have people probably getting sick because it'll be a little bit bumpy. All right, that looks good. Pitot heat on. Taxi light is on. And we're going to leave everything else off. The flap condition lever is right here. And flaps are going to be 10. Let's get ready to rumble. So props for takeoff. There we go. And away we go. So Throx, we are at Princess Juliana Airport, TNCM. We are going to St. Bart's, which is TFFJ. And then we're going to continue service to TNCS, which is Saba. And then come back to Juliana. It's a big old triangle out there. All right, I am going to go over here. Altimeter 1013. I am going to bug, though, 1,500 feet. Just as a little reminder for me. Hey there, cool little airplane. It's coming right at us. These things are such tough airplanes. They really are. I've got one little thing showing up here. That's not a problem. Terrain ahead is here. So we come to the end of the runway. We'll plan on a week from today. Let's plan to do the little James Bond thing. I'm going to have a couple of links that I'll be putting over in Discord for you so that you can get the right scenery that you're going to want for the James Bond flight in the BD-5J. And I'll fix that for next time. Anti-collision lights on. Landing lights on. Let's get ready to rumble. Matt. It is TNCM. Hang on. Let me make it a little easier. Here you go, Matt. Come on. Control C. Control V. There you go, Matt. All right, here we go. So after takeoff, a gentle little right turn over the lagoon, fly past the expensive condos, fly past the ship channel where they tie up the cruise ships, and out you go. I don't see anybody coming in, and let's go. Out over the water.
Banking. Banking.
There's the expensive condos. There's 1,000 feet. Start our turn over there. Oh, visibility in the Caribbean is beautiful tonight. See the two little pointy mountains off in the distance? There's our destination. There's our destination. So we'll just point it in this general direction. Coming up on 1,000 feet. Flaps up. And we'll just hold 1,500 feet. Might need a little trim to help us do that. Head tracking probably would be a little bit better in this airplane. I can do keyboards. There's the ship docks over here. So there's the cruise ships over there. Lovis says you can get the Boeing 737-600 down to 90 knots with full flaps and no passengers. Lovis is taking the 737-600 on this route. Really? Okay, so you're at 90 knots. How's the landing going to be? I'm going to guess you probably did not board a ton of fuel either, to keep the weight down. Terrain ahead, yeah, the 737-600 is a little, it's kind of a little rocket. I mean, you can just take off in no space at all, and it's very, very nimble. You can go jetting around all over the place in that airplane. Okay, coming up on the midway point. Remember over here we were talking about shipwreck shoals? There they are, right over there. And I'm just kind of trimming us up here to hold about 1,500 feet. Lovis has 6 kilos of fuel aboard. Okay, 6 tons of fuel. Terrain ahead would like the IXEG 737s. Lovis is also using the HUD. Well, that's probably too much weight, Lovis. That HUD's going to put you overweight. It'll be terrible. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. And our speed is about right on, about 150, 160 on this thing. Now, once you pass over Shipwreck Shoals, you're going to want to start to look for the big rock. So look for the big rock by the island, and that's our next waypoint. And at the same time, we're going to start to slow down for landing. And just about the time you get the airplane trimmed up at your speed, it's time to start changing things again. I call them Shipwreck Shoals because these are so low out there that, you know, for all the people that are, you know, out and about, you know, weekend boat skippers, might have had, you know, a little bit too many. Those are the kinds of things that they'll rip the bottom off their boat because they don't know what they're doing. Not that any boat skipper would do that, right? All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to pull the throttles back, but I'm going to hold my altitude because the goal here is to slow down. Props for takeoff. And I want to get into the white arc, and I want to start rolling it out. Terrain ahead, sorry, I did not update the title, but thank you for saying so. Speed's coming down. Loviz landed. Oh my gosh, really? 3 cheers to Loviz. Flaps 1, 10 actually on this one. Roll the throttles forward. See our rock out here in the middle? The rock is out there in the middle just fine. Good job, Loviz. Thanks for letting me know, train ahead. I actually can't stop right now. I've got my hands on a side stick and on the throttles, so I can't let go. Loviz had about 30 feet of runway. All right, so Loviz is going to try and take this out to Saba now. Did you install the tail hook for your carrier landing? Trying to get it down to about 80 knots here. There's our 2 rocks. You can see them. Now the next thing to look for, if you haven't done this yet, is over here. There's this little highway, and it's this highway right here. And so we're going to make the turns before here and go over the lowest point in between these 2 hills. The runway is on the other side of the hill. The other side of the hill. Okay, there's about 800 feet. That's pretty good. We're going to hold the altitude and hold about 80 knots here. It's easy to get high and fast on this, and if you do, you're not going to stop. Even with this old thing. The other thing though is you don't want to get too slow because it's a brick. This is a flying brick, and if you get too slow, you'll just fall out of the sky. Okay, you see the next pair of rocks over there. We're pointed right at the V. The rocks are off our right wingtip. The next question for Loviz is how do you get out of St. Bart's? Well, Loviz, stomp on the brakes, throttles up full. That's right, we need to not run into the hill. Okay, a little bit fast now. 80 knots and flaps are now 20. There's 80. Loviz says flaps 3. For me or you? For you? Oh, I would think flaps 3. Low vis will do flaps 3 going out. 80 knots. And hold the altitude. There's the road. I got the runway. Low vis will be backing up the hill a little bit too. 80 knots. I almost turned the microphone on and announced my intentions. I fly so much on VATSIM. Landing, landing.
50, 40, 30. 40, 30. 10.
I don't think low vis is 737. Oh, that we're not going to see low vis because low vis is in Sim Update 5. Hey Juggernauts, this is the de Havilland Twin Otter. I think of all the twins and prop planes, this one's my favorite. This one's my favorite. It's just a groovy little airplane that works well. Okay, if this is your first flight, one of the things that we've got to do on our departure here is we need to practice for our next takeoff. Not this one. We're going to use this one to practice for the next one. It's a short field takeoff. Now, Microsoft Flight Simulator does not model ground effect, I don't think. But the goal is to stomp on the brakes at the end of the runway, throttles all the way forward. As soon as your engines are up, release the brakes, and as soon as you possibly can, get the airplane up into what's called ground effect. And the best way to describe that is that's sort of this little magic hover zone that you can be in, and then that way you can build up some speed or get going. So the first thing to do is, you see the Twin Otter ahead of us there, is to go to the very end of the runway. Let me show you where it is. So what we'll do is you want to put your tire on the very end of the runway. Okay, they're going to go. So very end of the runway, your left tire, and then do a hard turn and line up. You don't want to waste any pavement here. There you go. Now turn, head down the runway. As soon as your airplane is pointed down the runway, stop. Okay, that's about as good as it's going to get. Stop. Okay, toe brakes all the way down, throttles forward, and as soon as you can, get the airplane off the runway. So that's it. Earthy Cup, this is this is St. Bart's. Okay, so here we are. We're going to come out very, very gently at the end of the runway, because we really don't want to waste any at all. And stop. And you can see, really good takeoff. Okay, so my toe brakes are all the way forward. Throttles are ready for takeoff. We'll just use flaps 10. Throttles going up. Hold them down, and go. Release it. You might need to push your nose down just a touch. 50. 60, 65, up and away. Off the runway. Ooh, got blown off to the side. Nose down a little bit. And up and away. Flaps up. Turn over the cruise ship. Yeah, Earthy Cup. This is St. Bart's. Hello, cruise ship. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go between these two little the island and the big island. Check out that sunset, looking pretty nice. This is the perfect time to be doing this flight. Backed up to 1,500 feet. As soon as we clear the edge of the island over here, we're going to go and continue to make the turn. And we're going to again look for the island that has the little pointy top. At it's really kind of pointy compared to a lot of the other ones. And you can see it off to the side. There it is. That's where we're going. So what I usually do is I come out here and I wait till I clear this point and gently turn it over here. Loviz made it. Oh my gosh. So Loviz is flying the Boeing 737-600. And look at that. Loviz made it. No sand in the tires for Loviz. How about that? That's outstanding. Way to go, Loviz. I know. This is part of why we love to do this particular flight. Because it's sunset about now. And it's just super duper nice to be here. All right, so 1,500 feet, right around 160 knots. And we're going to go straight for the pointy island there. Eventually, we want to go and just a little bit to the north side of the island. So off to the right, so we can set up for our landing. Way to go, Loviz. I didn't think you were going to be able to get the 737 out. A little bit low. Oh yeah, man, if I was gonna try and do this, hang on. We're a little bit off. I'm trying to update my title. Hang on a sec. All right. All right, let's get this back over here. And now we'll take care of the title. Okay, thank you. There we go. That was one of Loviz's better landings into St. Bart's. Really? No kidding. So Loviz had a great St. Bart's landing. Flaps 25. Yeah, no flex. No selected temperature on takeoff. It's called maximum thrust. And you know, probably poured some, you know, adult beverage into the gas tanks too, right? A little bit of adult beverage there. Just a little bit. So the deal about this runway is it's really, 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 really short. In fact, I think the general rule about this runway is it's the shortest runway that a commercial flight goes into in the world. And there was a while that airlines would use this airplane. I think they've updated them now. I think they use the Islander on this flight now, but they used to use Twin Otter here all the time. So they did the Twin Otter all the time here. Menifee had a long session on VATSIM, LA to Atlanta to Tampa. Yeah, you had a long flight for sure, Menifee. And if you wonder where we are, so we're right here in the middle of this triangle. We're going from the island on the right to the island on the left, and I'll zoom out our little triangle to show you where we all are. There's Florida. All right, there's Jamaica. We're all the way out here in this part of the Caribbean. Okay, so that's kind of where we are. I'm slowly starting to aim a little bit to the right side of this. Will I be shooting any missiles? No. Justice, I refer to this as just the Caribbean, but it's the Eastern Caribbean. I think the Caymans are a little further west. But I have to remind myself. All right, so I'm a little bit high right now, 1,800 feet. Want to be at 1,500. You can see I've got the island off to the left now, so we're coming to the north side of the island. We'll be making our nice little turn to come into land. The Bermuda Triangle is dangerous. The Spy Triangle is where 737s depart out of 2,100 foot runways. Yeah, we got to hear how Lovis handles St. Bart's now. Sadly, St. Bart's does not have a tail hook arrestor wire. There is an airport in France along the French border that does have an arrestor wire set up on the runway, and I think that's where their Air Force pilots go to train for carrier landings. There's 1,500 feet. That's much better. Some things to look for as you're getting closer to this. As you get closer to the island, look for a rock out here. Look for the airplane. I don't think it's Korcheval. It's not that one. It's another one out there that we go to. I'm sure we'll remember in just a bit. It's got a really, really cool RNAV approach that you kind of go and wind your way down a canyon. There's an airport right before it that they, you know, that fools you and think, oh, there's our airport, but it isn't. $1,300 feet, a little bit low. Let's go back up to 1,500. There we are. Now, Korcheval, that airport is incredibly short, but the landing runway is uphill, so it kind of slows you down that way. H-Pilot said to stretch. Can't let go of the side stick on this airplane unless you want to turn on the autopilot. We don't want to do that. Little bit more of a turn to the right here, 1,500 feet. It is. This is it's an older airplane. It's the de Havilland Twin Otter. Been around for a long time. It is incredibly tough. You could fly. This is the airplane that Loganair is the airline of Scotland, and they actually fly this on regular service to an island, and they land it on a sandy beach. And they land on the sandy beach. They fly there twice a day at low tide. And the runways are actually, you know, the beach. You know, before, you know, as the tide goes down, the people that work at the airport have to go out and make sure that there's no big pieces of driftwood out on the beach for landing. You know, no sharks or alligators. I don't think they have alligators in Scotland. Okay, we're doing really good. Hi, Mateo's Gardening Service. So we're looking over here. Zoom our binoculars in a little bit. Okay, so the runway's right over there. The rock is right over there. I think that's it, Jersey Pilot. It's Barra. A Barra, I think. Captain Chris, yeah, I don't have a Winair livery for this, but that's pretty good. Loviz is feeling pretty good about this landing. That's right, that's the runway on the beach, Jersey Pilot. That's the one, and this is the airplane that Loganair used for the beach landing for a very long time. I don't know if they've shifted it over to the Islander or not. Then, you know, you can not only land this airplane on the beach, if it's properly equipped with the avionics, you can land at Heathrow. You can do that too. Getting a little bit closer to our island. I've let the altitude climb way up there. AH Mike says there's an Antarctican rescue. Scott Scan, that's it. Well, yeah, I believe that that's like the only way to the island. I'm guessing that maybe there's a ferry service out there. All right, props. Full forward. And let's go and start getting down into flap range. And we want to do it just like the other one. Approach at 80 knots. Flaps 1, a little power. There's the airport, there's the island. Now we're going to start our turn in, and we're going to look for the rock and fly over the rock. Tim Dog, perfect thing to do the day after cross the pond. Tomorrow we're doing vectors to Copenhagen. We'll start in Nuremberg, go to Copenhagen. I'm guessing that most of us did cross the pond. Maybe we're done until Thursday. I don't know. We'll see if there's anything interesting going on. Okay, about 1,000 feet. Across the pond was great, Blue Flamingo. There wasn't an awful lot of drama. There were a couple of places where things were a little jammed up on departure. There was a jam up at Kennedy was a little rough. Dallas was a little bit rough. Everybody else, I think, got out just fine. And the arrivals were great. Although there was some trouble with VATSIM in Oslo. People were having problems in Oslo with disconnects. Other than that, it was great. And guess what else worked? NatTrack did not crash. Remember all the times before when we're all trying to get our oceanic clearance and NatTrack crashed? $80 knots. Tim Dog didn't fly at all today. I figured we'd get together and just do a little bit of flying. You know, I'll take the usual Tuesday and Wednesday off. Oh my gosh, it's still raining and snowing here at Spy HQ. It's still raining and snowing outside. Wow. Boy, am I glad to be inside. Before EGJJ opened, the de Havilland Dragon Riptide used to land on the beach. Really? So Jersey Pilot, you had beach landings too, did ya? That's actually pretty cool. Before you got your airport? Okay, we're at 80 knots, a very, very slow descent here. No, actually, yep, 80 knots, just where we want to be. A little more flap. Loviz says that Saba was a bit of a failure. Couldn't stop it, Loviz? You got it stopped over at St. Bart's. That's pretty impressive. Okay, do you see the rock? Sorry that happened. Are you going to reload and try and depart? Okay, so there's the rock we're going to fly over. There's our runway. And the passengers on the right side are going to freak out and say, oh my gosh, we're going to hit the cliffs. Tim Dog got back. Evening worship. And you did Papa John's for dinner tonight. Which did you get? I like those little chicken and cheese marinara knots that they have. Those are pretty tasty. Lovis got the 737-600 into St. Bart's. Pepperoni and sausage as usual. Tim Dog, that sounds awesome. Okay, we're descending a little fast, a little bit of power. More flaps. Captain Chris had a minus 216.
Minimums. 120. 10.
Oh yeah, Yanni Vision, it's World Pilot Day today, isn't it? It's World Pilot Day. You don't really see it, but I'm putting the engines in beta, pretty strong, pretty serious beta here. I think I'm getting hung up. The rocks, I'm getting hung up on that tree. We generally just taxi over here in the grass and watch other people land. I think so many people are in Sim Update 5 right now, we're not going to see anybody. Okay, so this is the airport that we practiced for, okay? Short field takeoff all the way at the end. Stomp on the brakes, throttles all the way up. As soon as they're ready to go, flaps 20 for takeoff, and there we go. Dan is in chat. Hi, Dan. You should have the wind cranked up to see the waves crashing in the cliffs. You know, they will crash into the cliffs, Dan. The waves actually work here. Okay, H-Pilot said to stretch. I know, I shouldn't have done that. I'll do better, Captain Kress. Okay, this pilot is doing, yeah, just right there. That's what we want. Stomp on the brakes, out we go. I usually do flaps 20. There's a little bounce at the end there. There you go. Made it. Good job. Ready to go? Toe brakes all the way in. Flaps are 20. The drone community, trees are jerks. Because of how many people crash their drones into trees, I figure people crash their drones into everything. Brakes released. 40, 50, 60, 65, up and away. Drop the nose a little bit, get some airspeed. 80 knots, flaps 20, gentle turn. Flaps 10. Captain Chris, you ended up in the water last time. Well, you did a nice takeoff there. Flaps up. And back to 1,500 feet. And there's Juliana, 1,500, there we go. Actually, Martin, I fly this one on this route almost all the time. I really like this airplane for this kind of flying. So long, St. Bart's. Seba. But yeah, this is a little twin otter, and it's just I've never actually been a passenger in one of these before. My dad used to do lots of business trips back in the day, and they would always drive, he'd do, he'd go out to the West Coast and stuff and come back into the old Stapleton. And the old Stapleton, you would then get in this airplane. There was a small airline called Rocky Mountain Airways. And Rocky Mountain Airways had a fleet of twin otters, and they would basically fly from Stapleton down to the smaller towns outside of Denver. And needless to say, flying this thing along the Front Range, especially in the afternoon and the evening, you got bounced all over the freaking place. You got bounced everywhere. It was really kind of rough. So it really was. And, people would get off of the airplane looking a little bit green in the gills. They really did. Druckenborg is hitting top of descent going into Porto. Happy landings. Tim Dog crashed your first drone into a tree as soon as you got it. It was the Phantom 3. It didn't fall far, and the prop was damaged. Yeah, that one drone that I bought, I think I bought 5 sets of extra props. They're sitting there in the box, still brand new. Haven't touched them. Okay, we're right at about 1,500 feet. Into Juliana we go. And if you look outside your airplane and look down there, you get a beautiful sunset. Loviz was able to take the 737-600 out of Seba. How many passengers have you got? My bet is less than 5 and no cargo. Oh, Tim Dog, yeah, I basically have to get it a transponder, I think. I ought to find somebody that wants it. No passengers. Okay, Loviz is being very smart. Being super smart. Thalo wonders if the kite-eating tree Charlie Brown had problems with has a taste for drones now. I think you're right, Thalo. It probably does. I still have all the resources you sent me, Tim Dog, about going. I'm just so... I don't want to take any more tests in my life. I hated them. I'd love learning about it. I just don't want to do tests and stuff. I probably should. If I start doing out and about YouTube videos, travel videos and stuff, I'll go ahead and get I'll go and get it then. Because I think with travel videos, having a drone would be really nice.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
But just here right now, it's just extra studying. Kesla just hit follow on the channel. Thanks, Kesla. Welcome aboard. We're getting close to starting to wrapping things up right now for tonight. Our next flight, though, is tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. Nuremberg to Copenhagen on vectors to Copenhagen. Yeah, I would probably get a little bit of a smaller one, although the one that I've got is not that big. It really isn't that big. I'm really gonna try and just be, you know, go slow, you know, on the travel types of videos though. No, it's not a Phantom. It's one of the, it's a DJI. I don't remember which one. Yeah, you'd have to have that remote ID transmitter and stuff. Mine doesn't have that either. I do have it registered though. It does have, you know, a drone, you know, registration number. So I do have that set. It's time for me to go and pull the batteries out, the battery bag out, and go and charge up the batteries. Okay, coming on into Juliana Airport here. Little bit on the high side here. The Phantom was one of the first. Okay, so mine definitely was not one of the first. It wasn't one of the first. Yanni likes, yeah, this is the typical 6-pack of instruments. It's actually really quite nice. Drunkenborg, there is ATC. We're flying in multiplayer. Generally, when we do the beer run, we fly in multiplayer. Will's been thinking about getting a drone too. Analysis paralysis, that happens to so many people, Will. You're absolutely right. Mine was basically one that was on sale. It was on sale and it was in pretty, you know, pretty good deal. My also big problem about it is I also live in a place where I am under 3 different control towers. And so I was never able to get permission to fly around my neighborhood because there's 3 air traffic control zones that back in the day I had to get permission from. Carol says it's time to hydrate. Yeah, unfortunately, right now,
Sync rate. Sync rate.
I have to keep my hands here. Yeah, this was a day when permission was not very easy to get. There's 1,500 feet or thereabouts. Hi, airport. I hope. Hydrate after we land. Yeah, we'll do that. Hydration after landing. Actually, no. I missed the turn. It's over there. I thought I saw my runway lights. It wasn't. When Lovis got the DJI, you flew at air everywhere at crazy altitudes. Well, back in the day, you know, before we had so many problems, it really was cool. You went through Midland. Kind of hard to see. There's the control tower. There's the runway, I mean. Okay, got some lights over there. Our turn's pretty good. We are a touch high as usual. Kind of have to look through the windshield wiper to see the runway right now. We are a touch fast. Flaps 1. This is Princess Juliana Airport on the island of Sint Maarten in the far eastern Caribbean. This is the airport, Carol. If you see pictures of all these people standing on a beach and right underneath airplanes, yeah.
Reinforcements
We're going
incoming.
over that beach right
More
now. We
agents
just got a
joining
nice
the
raid
spy
from
flight.
Sim Caesar. Sim Caesar, welcome. We are just coming into Juliana. Welcome aboard and thank you for coming in. A very nice landing coming up here, we hope. Just flying around on multiplayer. Hi Raiders, welcome aboard. The colors here are so amazing. There's all the crazy people on the beach. It's as usual at this time, a little bit bouncy.
40, 30, 20, 10.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Welcome to Juliana. This is in the Twin Otter. This is a great airport to go hunting for butter on. Tyro is here. Pixel Penguin, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in with Sim Caesar. We had a great time yesterday on Cross the Pond. It was such a good flight. Really good time for Cross the Pond. Come on out here, grab ourselves a parking place, and then head down to the Burger Bar, and with a great view of the beach. Salty Stick has arrived too. Hello, Salty Stick. All right, come on down here. And parking brakes are in. Parking brakes are in. That should be good enough. Let's get the drone cam. And the drone cam is really cool. Tim Dog actually is licensed, has the permit to fly the drone. And we have another successful landing. Hi, successful landing. Welcome, welcome. And then we like to come on down here. If you get a drone in the U.S., make sure you follow. Oh, absolutely. If you don't, you can get into some real serious trouble. You can recreational or a Part 107. The Part 107 is what you need. I think we got somebody else. Yep, we got somebody else coming in here. Hello. Couple of bounces there. That's going to happen. Yeah, you don't fly over big events or anything like that. That just gets you into so much trouble. And this is really, really nice scenery out here. All the things here at the beach are modeled. So we'll go hop the fence over here and go to the road. And there's all the people that are walking up and down the beach and stuff. Going there. If you come over here, the famous sign is here. Salty just did Spy Hat. And there's the famous sign over there. We have a good time at this beach. But, you know, this is also a place where people have gotten killed because they stand behind the airplane as it's going to take off. And it kills them. I mean, it really is serious. The lights over here at the Sunset Bar are really, really nice. They did a good job. Drumma, it's either the payware or the freeware. I think this is the freeware. I'm not sure. But just be sure you have one or the other. I think the payware actually has like a band building or something. but this is really nice. Tim Dog says, no, this is the payware. So this is the payware scenery. But just really, really great. If there's ever a spy convention, we got to come here. It's got, because, I live stream, it's even got a hot tub because there you go. There's also the place on the other side. I think it's called Salty Dog and all that, or the boat barn or something. What do they call this one? This one is Driftwood. It's the Driftwood Boat Bar. So there's the Driftwood Boat Bar over there. And I don't know where you would actually go and tie up your boat here at the Driftwood Boat Bar, but they even have, outhouses here too. The payware has the people. Okay, so this is the payware airport, and this is one of those airports. This is a little bit like Hong Kong, Kai Tak. This is one of those approaches that flight sim people absolutely love, coming in and doing the arrival over the beach. It really is a great place. The real name is Tortuga, says Bryler Gaming. But yeah, just really, we got another arrival here. I think this pilot's doing touch and goes. So I think that one's doing touch and goes. And yep, you're gonna bounce just a little bit too. The terminal out here is really modeled both inside and outside. So the terminal here is modeled really nicely too. So that's pretty good. Loviz actually got the 737 in and out of St. Bart's today, and wasn't as lucky at Seba, but did a really good job departing. So that was really pretty cool. Some people would consider inspecting their roof fun, but they've really done a nice job of modeling the airport here. This is also one of those airports that they've modeled the inside of, and we were talking about Windward Air. This is a separate terminal for those Twin Otters that we were talking about. So Win Air is over here. There's the Windward Airlines terminal right there. And then you basically walk out here and you go and get on your plane there. Loviz landed and made the first taxiway, and there's the Win Air livery. I need to go and update mine. But yeah, this is such a cool little airport. And that's the Bear Run. A week from today, we're going to do the James Bond event. So Salty Stick, there's the spy hat for this plane today. The James Bond event flight is with the BD-5J, so I got to go and fix my BD-5J. Loviz says the 737-600. I think probably the landing was a little bit on the hard side for sure, but generally it was that you stuck the landing and didn't run off on the beach, so that was a good thing. But we'll do the James Bond flight. That's in Cuba. And this is the one when James Bond took a small jet and flew it right through a hangar and came out the other side. We'll do that one a week from today. But the first flight for us tomorrow is going to be Nuremberg to Copenhagen. It's going to be Vectors to Copenhagen. Vectors is a really good flight. And we'll do that one for sure. And I'll look forward to doing that. Right now, as you can tell, my energy level and my voice is fading fast. Yeah, we'll fly through the hangar, Thalo. Absolutely, we're going to be flying through the hangar. Oh my gosh, Conti is going to Kai Tak even as we speak. Let's go see Conti fly the TriStar into Kai Tak, okay? Thank you for coming along. Boy, we had a big long day yesterday. It really was a long day for sure, but I sure had a good time. Thank you for flying with me all day yesterday and coming in and doing a little bit more sim flying today. There was some nice major gift subs yesterday. A huge thank you to those of you that were helping out over there. I really appreciate the support and helping me to keep this thing going. Loviz wants to take the TriStar to Kai Tak. Let's do that Thursday or Friday. Let's do that Thursday or Friday and go and do that flight. But we'll learn from Conti here. Some nice resubs today, a couple nice cheers, and a few new folks coming in on both Twitch and YouTube, following the channel and subscribing. Thank you for coming in. I am really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Our departure time is, of course, the normal time, which is 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, this is the part where I say, you know, it's really kind of crazy out there in some places. So if you really can, you know, get a good night's sleep if you can, and take good care of yourself. And I'll see you tomorrow. 1800 Zulu. Good night. Thank you for being here.